It says in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and voidness. Darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit moved upon the face of the water. That was the first law of God. Until God said, let there be light. God formed man out of the dust of the earth, placed him in the garden, gave him instructions that says to dress and keep. The word keep is shanah. It means to hedge about, to protect, to lock down this garden until it's time to expand. We know the story that man allowed something into the garden. That was the first lockdown. As a result of that fall, God took him out of the garden and placed an angel with a flaming sword so that he cannot get into the garden. Through disobedience, that was the first lock out. Father, we also see, Mr. Speaker, that in the times of Noah, there was something similar to what we're going through now, where there was angels came down to destroy the genes of man. And there was one family who did not have contaminated genes, and that was Noah and his family. God gave him a plan to build an ark, placed them in that ark, Mr. Speaker. And it was God himself that locked them into that ark. During the time of that travail, a window was open, and birds were let out, so that man could see signs of whether this lockdown should end. I pray today, God, Mr. Speaker, that this extension would be that last dove that will signal that things are right. Instructions have been followed, and the lockdown would end. My prayer is in that vein. Father, may the words of our mouth and the meditations of our hearts be acceptable in thy sight, as we deliberate in the interest of the people who you love, as we deliberate in the interest of the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Keep us focused. Keep our hearts and mind focused on the supreme objective of health, safety, security of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. May we put aside our own agendas and do that which is right in the interest of the Bahamian people. Father, we take this moment to thank you, for you have not left us. You have not forsaken us. And as this nation goes through the valley and the shadow of death, you are leading us with your rod and your staff. Father, I thank you because I anticipate the day that you will prepare the table before us in the presence of our enemies, and you will show forth a greater Bahamas. As we live through the times, enable us to know how to fix it up, wear it out, make it do it out. Be our brother's keeper. Guide us as elected leaders, that we fulfill your mandate on behalf of your people and the good Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We ask your blessing. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen. And we all say, Our Father,
who art in heaven,
hallowed be thy name. Thy will be done
on earth as it is in heaven.
Give us this day, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those, and lead us not, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Peter Turnquist, Brent Simonette, Desmond Bannister, Glenwood Wells, Jeffrey Lloyd, Dr. Dwayne Sand, Marvin Dame, Frankie Campbell, Inicio Diagula, Michael Pintar, Darren Henfield, Renfro Rose, Ellsworth Thompson, Philip Davis, Vaughn Miller, Patricia Parker Edgecombe, Aram Lewis, Carlton Bolag, James Albrecht, Tavis Robinson, Adrian Gibson, Donald Saunders, Frederick McAlpine, Hank Johnson, Mark Hume, Michael Fultz, Miriam Wesley Emmanuel, Reese Chipman, Ruben Raming, Ricky Mackey, Shannon Dawn Cartwright, Janelle Ferguson, Leonard Hannah Martin, Faisal Forbes, Chester Cooper.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable members, I wish to bring to the attention of this Parliament a communication to the Speaker by the Honorable Member for Elizabeth. The communication is in the form of a letter dated the 27th of May 2020. And it reads as follows. Dear Mr. Speaker, the caption, Disclosure of Contract with Government-Owned Corporation. I refer to the requirement under Article 49, subsection F1 of the Constitution of the Bahamas to disclose any interest in a government contract as soon as practicable in order to preserve eligibility to serve as a Member of Parliament. As you are aware, I have recently resigned as a Cabinet Minister. Having done so, I have returned to my profession as a cardiac, vascular, thoracic surgeon, even as I carry out my duties as an elected Member of Parliament for the Elizabeth constituency. As it is my intention to ensure that all Bahamians, public and private, have access to specialist surgical services, I have applied for a re-engagement as a consultant surgeon at the Public Hospital Authority, Ministry of Health. The attached offer from the Public Hospital Authority outlines the terms of my anticipated role expected to begin on the 27th of May 2020. As a member of the government party, this letter serves as a request to seek the concurrence of Parliament by way of resolution at a convenient time on the agenda. I shall be grateful if you will bring this matter to the attention of members of this Honorable House. Signed, Dwayne E. Sands, MD, FACS, Member of Parliament for Elizabeth. Accordingly, honorable members, the Constitution requires the consent of the House under Article 41F, subsection 1. And so now, I put it to this Parliament to consider the request of the Honorable Member for Elizabeth by way of resolution. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. We have spoken with the side opposite, and we would like to deal with the matter at this point in time. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to move the resolution. The opposition has agreed that we can do it at this time, and we'll simply do it on an order to vote of the House. Mr. Speaker, be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees to exempt the Honorable Member of Parliament for Elizabeth from vacating his seat as required by Article 49F of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas by obtaining the permission of the House as required by Proviso I of the Article 49 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Is there a second now? Second? Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees to exempt the Honorable Member of Parliament for Elizabeth from vacating his seat as required by Article 49F of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas by obtaining permission of the House as required by Proviso 1 of that article, of Article 49 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The resolution is agreed. Also, as I table the resolution as well as the letter and attached contract, let the record reflect that in these circumstances, the Honorable Member for Elizabeth abstained from voting in this process. Order that the documents do lie on the table. Introduction and swearing in of new members. Laying of documents by ministers. Statements and communications by ministers. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Liam, you want to lay those documents when you speak, or you want to do it now? There was some COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, we do beg the indulgence of the chair because we'd like to be able to have both the member for Garden Hills and myself lay two documents as per the action sheet of the House of Assembly.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, we'll go to item 5 on the order of business, laying of documents by ministers. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
So, Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following: the Road Traffic Issue of Identification Plate Fees Amendment Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further, laying of documents by ministers. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following: the Motor Vehicle and Speed Limit Amendment Regulations 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further, laying of documents by ministers. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Garden Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House the annual report of the National Insurance Board for the year 2017.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document lie on the table. Further, laying of documents by ministers. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Killarney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following: Emergency Powers COVID-19 number 2, Amendment number 11, Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up.
Mr.
Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. Emergency Powers COVID-19 number 2, Amendment number 12, Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. Emergency Powers COVID-19 number 3, Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. Emergency Powers COVID-19 number 3, Amendment 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. Emergency Powers COVID-19 number 3, Amendment number 2, Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. Emergency Powers COVID-19 Lockdown number 4, Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. Emergency Powers COVID-19 Lockdown number 5, Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. Emergency Powers COVID-19 Lockdown number 6, Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. Emergency Powers COVID-19 Lockdown number 7, Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. Emergency Powers COVID-19 Lockdown number 7, Amendment Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document to lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. Emergency Powers COVID-19 Lockdown number 8, Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. Emergency Powers COVID-19 Bimini Lockdown Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following Emergency Powers COVID-19 Bimini Lockdown Amendment Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document will lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following Emergency Powers COVID-19 Special Provisions Amendment Number 2, Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document will lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following Emergency Powers COVID-19 Special Provisions Amendment Number 3, Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document will lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following Emergency Powers COVID-19 Special Provisions Amendment Number 4, Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document will lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following Emergency Powers COVID-19 Special Provisions Amendment Number 5, Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document will lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following Emergency Powers COVID-19 Ecumenical Service for Hurricane Dorian Casualties Order 2020.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document will lie on the table. Further laying of documents. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Documents.
Statements and communications by ministers.
None, Mr. Speaker.
Communications by the clerk. Messages from the Governor General. Messages from the Senate. Motions for leave of absence, leave to resign seat, and new writs. Presentation of petitions. Presentations and reports of committees. Adoption of reports of committees. First reading of bills. Second reading and committal of bills. Committee of the whole House. Third reading and passing of bills. Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Killarney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the following resolution. Whereas pursuant to Article 29(1) of the Constitution, the Governor General made a proclamation of emergency hereinafter the proclamation dated the 17th day of March 2020, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Bahamas. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House, A, approves the continuance of the proclamation made on the 17th day of March 2020 until the 29th day of June 2020. B, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 regulations mid-2020, made on the 17th day of March 2020 until the 29th day of June 2020. And C, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 special provisions Order 2020, made on the 30th day of March 2020 until the 29th day of June 2020. And D, affirms the continuance and effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 number 3 order 2020 made on the 8th day of May 2020 until the 29th day of June 2020. Mr. Speaker, before I start, I just want to send out congratulations to several young people from the Gambia area, next to where I live. These young individuals were accepted into university, which was a great accomplishment for these young people. And I think they need special recognition to further encourage them to go even further. And they are Ajawan Kalma, who was accepted into UB, Georgia State, and Hastings College. And Adrian Ferguson, Destiny Smith, Jonisha Floval, and Ariel Ferguson, who were accepted into BTVI and University of Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I want to personally wish them well and inform them how proud I am of them, and I'm certain that they will make their contribution to the building of our nation. But Mr. Speaker, today, the surveillance unit of the Ministry of Health reports that the number of confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the Bahamas remains at 100. Of these cases, 43 are active and 46 have recovered. And currently, there are 6 individuals hospitalized and there have been 11 deaths. The total number of confirmed cases identified per island are as follows: 78 in New Providence, 8 in Grand Bahama, 13 in Bimini, and 1 in Cat Key. There have been no reports of confirmed cases since May the 23rd, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, there have been 5 straight days of no confirmation. The current accumulation of cases show a slowing or a flattening of the epidemiological curve. And this implies, Mr. Speaker, that our measures of physical distancing, hand washing, curfews, and lockdowns have been working. Mr. Speaker, one only needs to look at what is happening in Brazil, where in one day, 1,000 individuals had died, and in one day, 20,000 cases have been confirmed. And Mr. Speaker, judging from what we see in Brazil, I can say that we had saved many lives, and I want to congratulate the people of Bahamas for their disciplinary action and their cooperation. And I especially want to congratulate the health professionals who has done an omen job and who continues to do an excellent and outstanding job. Mr. Speaker, before relaxing preventative measures, it is important to conduct a risk assessment. And some of the factors that need to be taken into consideration during the assessment are as follows. They are the capacity to detect a resurgence in cases, manage extra patients in health facilities or other locations, and to introduce public health and social measures if needed. And the risk assessment, Mr. Speaker, must address the following questions. What is the likely impact of adjusting public health and social measures in terms of the risk of case resurgence? 2, is the public health system able to identify, isolate, and care for cases and quarantine contacts? 3, is the public health system able to rapidly detect a resurgence of cases? 4, is the public care system able to absorb an extra patient load and provide medical care in case of resurgence? And Mr. Speaker, indicators for the risk assessment are as follows. And these are things that would be taken into consideration for relaxation. And that is 1, epidemiological factors, which include incidence of confirmed and probable COVID-19 cases, rate of hospitalizations and ICU admissions, number of deaths, percent positive among people tested, results of serological testing, and that is providing availability of reliable assays. 2, healthcare capacities, which include health systems, hospital and non-hospital functions and capacity, admissions and discharges, healthcare workers, ICU and non-ICU bed capacity, triage at healthcare facilities, stocks of personal protective equipment, treatment of COVID-19 and non-COVID-19 patients according to national standards, and crisis standards of care health workforce. 3, must be considered public health capacities, which include rate of identification and testing of new suspected cases, isolation of new confirmed cases, identification and quarantine of contacts, number of public health rapid response teams to investigate suspect cases and clusters. 4, Mr. Speaker, the availability of effective pharmaceutical interventions. Currently, I must say there are no COVID-19 specific therapeutics or vaccines. The World Health Organization, in collaboration with international partners, is implementing protocols for clinical trials to develop specific treatments and vaccines for COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the future availability of safe and effective pharmaceutical tools will be important in coming to a decision to implement or lift public health system measures. Mr. Speaker, as the country prepares to open up domestically and internationally, it is important for us to remember that we are still in a pandemic. And therefore, there is the need to continue to apply all preventative measures recommended for COVID-19. And that is, stay at home if you feel ill and have fever or respiratory symptoms. If you have a cold or flu-like symptoms and think you need to see a physician, call ahead first to alert them that you are coming. I want to remind them to frequently wash your hands thoroughly with soap and water. Cover your mouth and nose with a tissue when coughing or sneezing, and then discard it properly. or cover your mouth and nose with your upper sleeve. You must continue to practice good hygiene. You must avoid handshaking. You must wear a mask and refrain from touching your face. And Mr. Speaker, we should encourage each other as family members, friends, co-workers, fellow citizens, and visitors to continue to do the same. Mr. Speaker, because we are making progress, we are moving into phase 3 of the reopening of the economy and the country. Mr. Speaker, this would demonstrate phase 3. Clear, the economic component, we introduce non-essential and it's all spelled out here. And we talk about the limited educational operations. And the Minister of Education will speak to that, as I believe they may possibly be making preparations for the BJC exams to continue so as not to deprive or limit or put on hold the education of our young people. After all, they represent the future of this country. But Mr. Speaker, even as we reopen, we must remember that we are living in a new normal in which we must continue to practice physical distancing, proper sanitization, and wearing face masks. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that when you look at phase 3 of which we've entered, is classified as the new norm. So we've entered now a new frontier, Mr. Speaker. So what was done yesterday, that is moving about freely, embracing, etc., will not necessarily be done tomorrow as we move into the new frontier, the new world, or the new norm. If we do not collectively observe these measures and community spread widens, the country may have to revert to earlier phases. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out to the Bahamian people how essential it is to follow the advice of the health professionals and the government. I would recall very well, Mr. Speaker, during Hurricane Dorian, when I appeared to the nation, I begged, I pleaded, and I asked. Only thing I did not do was get on bended knees. I almost came to tears asking people, those in Abaco, to move to the south because the hurricane would not hit the south. It would be concentrated in the central and northern aspect of Abaco and the Keys. I likewise asked those from Grand Bahama to move central because we were going to experience storm surge 3 times my height. And I reminded the nation that I am 6'1", and therefore the surges would be higher than many roofs. And I advised them to move. Mr. Speaker, many did not listen, and lives were lost. Individuals were drowned, and 2 of our islands were devastated. 2 of our economic pillars, islands that generate economic components for this Bahamas, were devastated. That is Abaco and Grand Bahama. Well, today, Mr. Speaker, again, I beg, I'm pleading, and I'm asking the Bahamian people to listen again. We must become disciplined. We must act responsible. And we must continue to follow the advice and the recommendation of the health professionals. Because if we don't, unnecessary lives would be lost. But Mr. Speaker, unlike Dorian, which destroyed two economies, Abaco and Grand Bahama, if we do not listen and follow the advice and move into the new norm, the entire Bahamian economy can be destroyed. And rather than losing just a few jobs, we can lose all. So, Mr. Speaker, we must be responsible. And I say to the Bahamian people, that your future, our future, is in their hands. And it depends on the disciplinary action and the responsibility and the way they act moving forward. I can say no more, Mr. Speaker. The future of the Bahamas is in the hands of the people. Mr. Speaker, I wish now to advise the House that the Monday to Friday 24-hour curfew is to be lifted effective Tuesday, June the 2nd. As of Tuesday, a new and reduced curfew from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Monday to Friday will come into effect for all islands of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, that means that the curfew that was imposed during the day up to 9, followed by the lockdown, that curfew has been removed. So individuals can move about. The weekend lockdowns will continue from Fridays 9 p.m. to Mondays 5 a.m. for all islands of the Bahamas. However, during the weekend lockdowns, exercise will be permitted in your immediate neighborhood from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. I'll explain again. Regarding the upcoming Whit Monday holiday and Labor Day holiday, Mr. Speaker, the weekend lockdown will apply to both days. For the Whit Monday holiday, the 1st of June, and the Labor Day holiday, the 5th of June, food stores will be able to open for the general public from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Food takeaways, drive-thrus, and restaurant offering curbside and delivery services will also be permitted to open from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Mr. Speaker, that what we're saying is that during those two holidays, 2 days in particular, one can still visit the supermarket, one can still exercise, and at the same time, the food takeaways, drive-ins, etc. would continue. Effective Tuesday, June the 2nd, public beaches and parks will be open for use on all islands of the Bahamas except for Bimini, Eleuthera, Exuma, Grand Bahama, Harbor Island, New Providence, Paradise Island, and San Salvador. Y'all would be new? Me too. Mr. Speaker, worship services. I don't want to be deterred. Worship services may now take place in the sanctuary on Saturdays and Sundays between 7 a.m. and 1 p.m. on New Providence, Grand Bahama, and Bimini according to health protocols. And this will take effect on Saturday, June 6th. Also effective this coming Tuesday, June 2nd, commencement of graduation ceremonies, funerals, and weddings in groups of no more than 30 may take place with the approval of the competent authority. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that that was limited to 10. It's now being extended to 30 as we continue to advance and progress. But again, Mr. Speaker, they must continue with social distancing and adhere to the protocols. Mr. Speaker, all islands of the Bahamas, except for New Providence, Grand Bahama, and Bimini, are to be liberalized for commercial activity effective Tuesday after the Whit Monday holiday. All non-essential storefront business operations on New Providence, Grand Bahama, and Bimini, for example, furniture stores, clothing, shoes, jewelry, cosmetic, and other miscellaneous retail stores may resume business operations Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. with the essential staff that are required to allow the businesses to function. But the physical distancing and sanitization must continue. And this will become effective, Mr. Speaker, Tuesday, June 2nd. I wish to be clear. Restaurants, except for curbside and deliveries, bars, gyms, hair salons and barbershops, movie theaters, cultural facilities, and entertainment facilities remain closed on New Providence, Grand Bahama, and Bimini. So you can go to Exum and get your haircut. I assure restaurant operators, hair salons and hair salons and barbershops that we are working with the National COVID-19 Coordination Committee and industry partners to finalize protocols for operations. I only want to say, Mr. Speaker, the barbershops, hair salons, they should commence their preparation for reopening. And very soon, the other family islands themselves would likewise be completely liberalized. Huh? I cut my own hair this morning. When you don't have any hair, you could do it. Mr. Speaker, exercise may take place generally outside of the curfew hours from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Mondays to Fridays and is not restricted to one's neighborhood. 9 p.m. to 5 a.m., you're not going to be exercising, you'll be home. But outside that, you could exercise 2-3 hours if you choose. All right? So 5 a.m., when you wake up, you go exercise, and you could still then exercise until 9 p.m. that night, and then you can go home. 9 p.m. So I can say to those individuals who exercise on the Cable Beach Strip that they can now, as of Tuesday, commence exercising on the Cable Beach Strip. Mr. Speaker, gaming houses will be allowed to open with physical distancing and sanitization protocols effective this coming Tuesday. I wish to note, Mr. Speaker, amendments to existing exempted businesses, the effect of which is to further reopen our economy. The following professional services may now extend their operating hours to 5 p.m. Specifically, law firms, justice of the peace, and real estate agencies. Additionally, financial services, inclusive of accounting services, may operate with physical distancing and sanitization protocols between the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Now that the government has liberalized non-essential retail, the following retailers may now open to the general public between the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Specifically, suppliers of cleaning chemicals and fabric stores. Auto parts stores, including mechanical work servicemen, may operate on all islands Monday through Friday between the hours of 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to encourage businesses to look for new ways to do business. Businesses may consider implementing online services, curbside pickup and delivery, encourage clients to make appointments, and practice physical distancing in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, as we move into the new norm, the side street vendors will no longer be tolerated, and in fact, the member for the minister responsible for agriculture and the member for St. Barnabas will expound on these matters during the debate. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, Bimini, I'm going to expand on that in a little while. Bimini has been on lockdown since the 18th of May, 2020. There is sufficient food on the island. A system was devised that those who needed food were asked to contact the island administrator, and a basket of food was delivered to their doorsteps. Mr. Charlie Wilkinson baked and provided bread for those needing it on the island. Biminites, Mr. Speaker, are working as one. Private donations were made that permitted the island's pantry to be replenished. I have been told that many Biminites utilized the lockdown period to improve their health, learn new skills, and engage in spiritual devotions via Zoom. And each morning, the Bimini Christian Council conducts devotion for the community. There are exercise classes 3 times per week. Theme-based zone workshops and seminars are held each day to keep residents busy. And they have discussed topics such as national insurance, parenting, study skills for young people, cooking, arts and crafts, quality customer service, talks for the youth, men's health and women's health, and self-care. The police have noted, Mr. Speaker, that there are no major reports of crime on Bimini. Support by neighbors have been exceptional. There is widespread, strong community spirit. If there is a need, an individual may call to the administrator's office and the matter is addressed. I wish to inform the House that I shall be attending an online Bimini Town meeting tonight via Zoom, which begins at about 7 p.m. At that time, Mr. Speaker, I intend to talk to most, if not all, Biminites who would be available, and I will inform them of how proud and happy we are with their cooperation, and that I look forward to visiting them as soon and quickly as possible. And during that meeting, Mr. Speaker, I will extend my gratitude to the residents of Bimini for their willingness to cooperate with the preventative measures and to encourage them in their resolve to complete the lockdown. Mr. Speaker, I wish to note that the proposed flight returning Bahamians and residents home, which was scheduled for Friday, 29th of May, 2020, has been postponed. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs advised yesterday that the flight had to be postponed due to administrative reasons, and a new travel date will be announced soon. I recognized, Mr. Speaker, that this is a great inconvenience for those who were booked to return home. The health team responsible for this process has confirmed that valid COVID-19 test results obtained for Friday's flight will be honored for the next available flight. And Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the return of those residents who have been trying to return home and have been outside the Bahamas for some time. So those residents want to return home so that they too can make their contribution as we continue to build this Bahamas into a new and better Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, at this time, international travel to the Bahamas will only be permitted by nationals and residents to the Bahamas. As you know, the airlines are still not flying as they were. Nationals and residents returning home are reminded to complete the following: an RT-PCR test in advance with a negative, that is, not detected, result from a College of American Pathologists, Clinical Laboratory Improvement Amendments, Joint Commission International, or similar accrediting certifying body for the jurisdiction. Everyone should be tested, including infants. Tests should be within 7 days of travel. Test results should be sent no less than 48 hours in advance to the Ministry of Health. COVID-19 travel at bahamas.gov.bs. And test results should also be sent in advance to Bahamas Air if that is the carrier on which persons are traveling. COVID-19 at bahamasair.com. They must exhaust all efforts to get tests in advance. Bahamas overseas offices can assist in finding labs using the web links provided by the Ministry of Health, and all individuals on arrival in the Bahamas will be quarantined in a government facility or permitted to self-quarantine at their homes. And to qualify for home quarantine, test results must be provided to the Ministry of Health at least 48 hours prior to arrival, along with a request to home quarantine. The Ministry of Health will then arrange for a team to do an in-person evaluation of the premises. The health travel application form and consent form must be completed and sent in advance to the Ministry of Health at COVID-19 travel at bahamas.gov.bs. Mr. Speaker, the forms can be found on the ministry's website at covid19.gov.bs. The completion of these forms will permit the Ministry of Health to make a determination as to whether returning nationals should be quarantined in a government facility or permitted to self-quarantine at their homes. And if the forms are not completed, nationals will automatically be placed in a government quarantine facility. The traveling public is reminded to carry out preventative measures as they travel. Practice physical distancing as far as practicable. Avoid contact with sick people. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth with unwashed hands. Wash your hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. It is especially important to clean hands after going to the bathroom, before eating, and after coughing, sneezing, or blowing your nose. And make sure you are up to date with your routine vaccinations, including MMR and seasonal flu vaccine. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker, many countries are still implementing travel restrictions and mandatory quarantines, closing borders and prohibiting non-citizens from entry with little advance. Hence, it is important to check the travel regulations of a country before traveling. Those working in the tourism sector are requested not to relax individual preventative measures and to remain safe and healthy in the coming weeks and months, as COVID-19 will remain with us for some time. Mr. Speaker, countries around the world have asked their citizens and businesses to ensure proper sanitation, garbage disposal, and other measures during this time. We must ensure that we continue our sanitation and garbage disposal measures, including throwing trash in bins and not on the street. International health personnel have expressed concern that COVID-19 pandemic may result in increased rodents and very aggressive rodents. And for those who have been following this pandemic, you would note that in New York they have been complaining that not only is there an increase in rodents, but there's an increase in an aggressive form of rodents. And Mr. Speaker, it is essential that we adhere to sanitation principles and throw our trash within proper garbage bins as opposed to the roads, because we do not want to move from one problem with COVID to another sanitation problem and an increase possibly in leptospirosis and other illnesses. In this regard, to protect ourselves, we have further made it an offense under the emergency orders to dump on or otherwise deposit or leave any litter in any public place or open space. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying, you cannot throw trash out of your car onto the street. The orders forbid it, and there will be punishment. I remind the public that any person, company, or organization who contravenes any of the emergency orders given herein is liable upon summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $10,000 or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 18 months or both. Mr. Speaker, as we move into the new norm, we will have a clean, green, and pristine Bahamas. Individuals will no longer I am certain they will no longer throw trash, especially with all of the drive-in and takeaway facilities on our streets and on individuals' lawns. Our laws will be enforced. Mr. Speaker, designated places have been identified by the member for Marco City and St. Barnabas, and all vendors will be placed in designated spots. They will be required to have proper certification, and if necessary, they'll be required to have proper food handler certificate. So, Mr. Speaker, the sprawling of vendors that we see today throughout New Providence will no longer be seen nor tolerated. There will be designated spots so that they can be monitored properly in properly hygienic environment so as to decrease the possibility of resurgence of COVID or other illnesses. We recognize the complications and the problems related to domestic travel, and we are working on that so that we can soon. I want to visit San Salvador so badly, but I'm being stopped. So we would have that matter dealt with as quickly as possible. We also recognize, Mr. Speaker, that there are many crab vendors that have traveled from Andros and other islands who only wanted to deliver their material, their merchandise here, and return as quickly as possible. I can say that we would accommodate those individuals because they do not want to stay in Nassau. They want to return to their homeland. And we would accommodate those individuals to see that that is done. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Bahamian people for their forbearance during this difficult time. I say thank you for your cooperation, for your discipline, and for your tolerance. Very soon, we would be completely open, but our progression and our economic survival would depend on each and every Bahamian doing their part. And because so many of us have worked with a spirit of solidarity, we have made tremendous progress. But there is still a long road ahead in this pandemic, including our economic recovery and the social needs of many of our citizens. In the coming days and weeks, Mr. Speaker, I will advise the Bahamian people on the National Food Distribution Program and what we need to do to rebuild our economy. It's functioning now. Just as most Bahamians acted in a spirit of unity in the past few difficult months, we will need the same spirit to rebuild our country after one of the most unprecedented events in our lifetime. And let us continue to pray for discernment, Mr. Speaker, and God's guidance. Let us pray for those who are ill and the souls of the dead and their families. Let us pray for one another. I pray for you every day, leader of the opposition. I know the hell you're catching. I've gone down that road. And I know you pray for me and the nation, and I thank you for that. And may we always remember in gratitude all those who continue to serve on the front line during this time. Mr. Speaker, may God continue to bless our Bahama land. But Mr. Speaker, during this pandemic, creativity was displayed in many of our citizens. We have created an over $6-7 million industry of facial masks, and Bahamians came to the forefront and answered the call. I have here facial shields made here by Bahamians, both medical personnel and the general public. So, Mr. Speaker, what has come out of COVID, these were made by the sign man, but there are others that are being done. But what has come out of this COVID, the ingenuity of Bahamians and the creativity. And it is essential that as we grow and our industries mature and advance, that we protect our local industry. So, Mr. Speaker, I can say here with confidence that local industries like this will be protected, and the Princess Margaret Hospital and other government facilities have been informed that all materials that can be made here in the Bahamas must be purchased from Bahamians, and an embargo must be placed on air imports. So, Speaker, we must place embargo on foreign imports so as to protect our industry. And I also advise Bahamians that there's another industry that can be created. The hospital needs medical supplies. The hospital needs gowns and different things, over shoes. They can be made here. All they would need is the raw material. We have the skills to do it. And I invite Bahamians to embark in that industry and be assured that your government will protect you as we will purchase local if we are to survive. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much and may God continue to bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
I'd love for you to come back anyway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as I always do, thanking Almighty God for his enduring goodness towards us, and thanking him for his sustaining power in the midst of challenging circumstances like this global crisis and challenge we find ourselves in called COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, I second this motion of the Prime Minister and his government and say, at the outset, I lend my full and unwavering support for the extension of the emergency order until June 29th, called for in this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister, the competent authority, for opening up more areas and liberating more vistas of our economy and national life, with early July the tentative date for full reopening of the Bahamian economy. And I'm sure the entire nation is looking forward to it. But Mr. Speaker, even as we look to the reopening, we are always cognizant of the fact that we fight a deadly and dangerous enemy known as COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, this invisible enemy, as we all know, rose up like a thief in the night in Wuhan, China, and spread across the globe, seeking only to steal our joy and the joy of humanity, to disrupt our sense of normalcy, and ultimately to attempt to take our lives and the lives of our families and loved ones. Mr. Speaker, we all know that this virus came at a low ebb in our national life. It came at a particular time when persons in Abaco and Grand Bahama, and indeed the nation, were down on our knees struggling to get up after the tremendous devastation caused by the monster hurricane Dorian. Mr. Speaker, we all watched in horror as this virus made its track across the world, wreaking havoc in its path. Mr. Speaker, we here in the Bahamas were very guarded and apprehensive from the beginning, because we knew that as a nation, our healthcare system was in a challenged state, a state the Minister of Health was seeking to address with renovations of the medical infrastructure in New Providence and in Grand Bahama, where the medical infrastructure was further challenged due to Hurricane Dorian. Mr. Speaker, I toured the PMH on Tuesday with the Prime Minister, along with the Minister of Works, the member for Carmichael, and the Minister of National Security, the member for Mount Moriah. And Mr. Speaker, we had the opportunity to see that a number of the wards that were in dire need at PMH were indeed being renovated. Mr. Speaker, these renovations must be concluded urgently if we are to continue to have an effective response to this virus and any other potential pathogens that may pose a threat to the health and well-being of our people. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, many of the medical and global experts are predicting that there may be a second surge of this virus in the fall, whether through the virus mutating, or simply due to the reopening of the global economy. So again, Mr. Speaker, here in the Bahamas, we must be prepared for that potential. Mr. Speaker, lest we forget, here in the Bahamas, our response to this virus has been exemplary. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 disease was declared to be a public health emergency of national concern on the 30th of January, 2020. And some 5 weeks later, recognized as a pandemic by the World Health Organization on the 11th of March, 2020. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, because we were proactive, Mr. Speaker, we got real-time information, and because we sought the best public health advice, complemented by undaunting leadership, we did what any caring government would do. We planned, we executed by cutting off this enemy at the pass, shutting down our borders early on in this fight. In the terms of war, Mr. Speaker, it was a preemptive strike. So, Mr. Speaker, by the time the first case was reported in the Bahamas on the 15th of March, 2020, we already had a national plan for early detection and isolation fully engaged and proceeding. Mr. Speaker, our foot soldiers were on the ground from as early as the 30th of January, 2020, when multi-stakeholder groups was corralled, meeting frequently with resolve intent on combating this potential scourge. This high-level multi-sectorial task force met to discuss the prevention, containment, and management of COVID-19, and in so doing, actively shared agency updates and related COVID-19 challenges. Senior officers strategized and reported on response plans for implementation, all in anticipation of the next steps required. This was followed shortly thereafter by public and private sector stakeholder forums, all of which resulted in comprehensive and a thorough approach to the way forward. Mr. Speaker, our resolve and decisiveness was ably demonstrated on the 31st of January, 2020. And Mr. Speaker, the Pan-American Health Organization congratulated the Bahamas on its approach to dealing with this threat. This praise was reported as a direct result, Mr. Speaker, from the Bahamas government's decision to limit all non-essential travel to China with effect from the 30th of January. Mr. Speaker, while some have criticized the government's handling of this pandemic, and while we have lost 11 souls to date, we know that we have dodged a severe blow in this country. In so doing, we have possibly saved hundreds of lives and averted countless infections due to our aggressive and proactive approach. Mr. Speaker, our aggressive and proactive approach, no doubt, is worthy to be emulated as the rest of the world struggles with containment and management and attempts to grapple with their escalating death toll. Mr. Speaker, you no doubt would be aware that the Caribbean as a region was recently lauded by the BBC for its approach to handling the pandemic and its minuscule death toll as compared to that of richer, more developed Western nations. This is testimony that our government, our leadership has taken the right approach when compared to developing nations of the world. In fact, history has shown that our sister Caribbean nations look to us here in the Bahamas for leadership on these and many other issues. Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister, no less, was featured prominently in the Jamaican Gleaner for demonstrating decisive leadership. He was lauded for reasoned and prudent sentiments regarding the need of our economy to reopen and the plan he presented to the nations as to its reopening. Sometimes, Exuma, a prophet is not respected in his own town or in his country. Bahamians are saying the same thing, my brother. Mr. Speaker, I say that to impress upon the Bahamian people and for them to be aware that there is no arbitrary decisions made when it comes to their safety, welfare, and well-being. In that article, the Prime Minister spoke to the need to exercise keen judgment when considering the balancing act of advancing the public health, economy, and social needs of our citizens and residents in this COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, we realize that we are not out of the woods yet. We cannot become battle weary. We must not grow weary in doing well, as the scriptures, for in due season, Mr. Speaker, we will reap a reward if we faint not. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to fight. The enemy remains obscure among us, and we will continue to effectively respond to this enemy, COVID-19. The response to which, Mr. Speaker, I refer relate to the promotion of public health, encouragement to sustain a sense of community, and incentives to build hope that counters fear and isolation, to name a few. As we continue to fight, Mr. Speaker, and fight we shall, it is absolutely necessary for us to keep our national goals and vision front and center. In order for us to retain this focus and to incrementally reopen our Bahamas to the world, we must take the step-by-step methodological approach that the Prime Minister has presented in consultation with medical experts. Mr. Speaker, restriction of one's freedoms is not easy to mandate or to endure. However, it is the universal edict of public health experts that if the extraordinary measures that have shut down schools, the church, community outreach, and so many businesses were not taken, and if they are lifted too soon or too liberally, then there is every chance that there could be a resurgence of this virus. And Mr. Speaker, none of us wants that. So, Mr. Speaker, we began the process of getting back to business. And as we began the process of getting back to business in this new normal, we must always keep in full view the fact that we cannot allow our healthcare system to be overwhelmed by critical cases. Since to do so will have devastating results, particularly as it relates to the eventuality of rising death tolls. Getting back to business must of necessity include social distancing measures where person-to-person contact in close proximity to each other is limited. We must continue to wear our masks, to wash our hands, and wipe down frequently used surfaces. So, Mr. Speaker, going forward, along with physical distancing, we must continue to wear, to wash, and to wipe. Mr. Speaker, while we rely on the medical experts to guide our decisions, as people of God, we know that no matter how challenging our circumstances may be during these times of pandemic, we must press on with Him as Master. For as one songwriter wrote, with Christ in the vessel, Mr. Speaker, we can surely smile at the storm. And as the psalmist says, Mr. Speaker, Selah. Mr. Speaker, in our acts and expressions of humanity, we should seek to remember and support all those who have been made more vulnerable as a result of this pandemic, whether as a result of losing income or being devoid of social support or by the loss of loved ones. Mr. Speaker, we must continue our support, for indeed, in this nation, we are all our brothers' keepers. As a government, we are sensitive to their needs, and as a government, we will continue to give their concerns our extreme focus and attention. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I send forth the light of hope as a beacon to guide our destination and national destiny. Mr. Speaker, I trust God to continue to bestow on us knowledge, wisdom, and understanding in the midst of this global crisis. This virus, Mr. Speaker, has sought to destroy and disrupt everything that we hold dear here in this Bahamas. But, Mr. Speaker, I say from a point of faith, and I say as Martin Luther King declared, that we shall overcome. Mr. Speaker, in this nation, in this country, Mr. Speaker, in the lives of our people, Mr. Speaker, in the life of this nation, we shall overcome. And Mr. Speaker, this crisis, this event too, shall pass. So, Mr. Speaker, may God bless this Commonwealth. May God continue to lead this government. May God bless our resilient, bold, and beautiful people, Bahamians everywhere. Mr. Speaker, I second this resolution, and I say thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, it has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas pursuant to Article 29, subsection 1 of the Constitution, the Governor General made a proclamation of emergency hereinafter the proclamation dated the 17th day of March 2020, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Bahamas. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House, A, approves the continuance of the proclamation made on the 17th day of March 2020 until the 29th day of June 2020. B, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 regulations 2020 made on the 17th day of March 2020 until the 29th day of June 2020. C, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 special provisions order 2020 made on the 30th day of March 2020 until the 29th day of June 2020. And D, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 number 3 order 2020 made on the 8th day of May 2020 until the 29th day of June 2020. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope to be persuaded by the contribution from the member of Kalani and the mover, seconder. But I dare say that they have just emboldened me in my view of why we need not to take the approach that has been adopted by the government. They tend to, they pat themselves on the back by suggesting that lockdowns and curfew has been the answer. And I think more and more studies are showing that lockdowns have failed to alter the course of the pandemic. In fact, I shared a study this morning with the Prime Minister, and that was done recently, with graphs and studies to show that it truly has not been reached. And really, unless it's been done early and with some other tools accompanying it. Let me tell you what is happening outside of these walls right now. It's important because no one in here I think, is worried about whether they could have 3 meals a day. But across our islands, there is suffering. Many hard-working Bahamian families have lost their income. That means they cannot pay their bills. They do not know how they will keep the lights on. They do not know how they will feed their children. Mr. Speaker, we're worried about where the next meal is coming, not whether or not they will have 3 meals a day. Families that were middle class have slipped into poverty. Bahamians who were unemployed before the crisis had even fewer resources to meet this moment and are in true distress. I start there because I want to be very clear about why I am not supporting the government's renewal of the emergency orders. I had another, I thought about whether I would have been persuaded. I had something else I might have said. And I said I start there. I start there because I want to be very clear about why I'm not supporting the government's renewal of the emergency orders. In the first place, these lockdowns and curfews were drastic measures, depriving people of their liberty and their ability to earn a living. Now, they were justified only because the government needed time to create a coherent national strategy to manage the threat of COVID-19. Here we are, months later, and where is that national strategy? In fact, we are 70 days later. 72 days, to be exact. For 72 days, Mr. Speaker, we have Bahamians across the archipelago have complied with emergency orders at enormous cost. The government should have used that time given to them by the people, to put in place all the elements we need in order to reopen safely at the earliest possible moment. We needed, and still do need, widespread testing. We don't have it. I heard the member from Bamboo Town, hoisting the flag of adulation in comparing the Bahamas with the Caribbean. I would suggest that he doesn't go there. Because we all, everywhere across the world and the country, the first thing they tell you in this fight, one of the, what I call the most powerful weapon, or put another way, the most powerful arrow in your quiver for this fight is that arrow called testing. And like I said, we need widespread testing. We don't have it. To date, from what is posted on the dashboard of a population of over 350,000, only 1,940 persons have been tested. Less than half of 1% of our population. And if we go to the metrics, and we're following the modeling across the world, and you're doing the comparison, and you look at it, you'll see that we are woefully underserved in that regard. Woefully. Additionally, we need a robust contact tracing system. We don't have one. We need to increase our capacity to isolate new cases that emerge across our islands. Again, do we have one? I don't think so. We need extra measures to protect those Bahamians most vulnerable to the virus. And I don't see that. And I don't see that happening. In fact, I remember very early in this course, I raised the question about what's happening at the nursing homes for the elderly. In fact, I singled out one of them, that nursing home on Soley Road. The final was, what are we doing to protect them? Right? And so, Mr. Speaker, we need more support for our hospitals and clinics, more protection for our doctors and nurses and technicians. Where are these resources? We need a detailed, Mr. Speaker, and rational plan for ending curfews and reopening. I only see vague and generic guidance. So salons were put on notice. Get ready to open. What does that mean for salon owners and barber shops? Just open? Have they figured out how they could open? When you see these things happening, protocols, that is informed by an understanding of the particular industry, with the input of science and medical advice. They set up protocols for each business. What are we doing? We are sitting there. That's why we had this time to sit back, to set out these strategies and national plan, reopen businesses. We need to support small businesses so they can adopt best practices. We need to help them in formulating those best practices so as to keep their employees and customers safe. Is that support being offered? I think not. I go as far as to say it is not being offered. And Prime Minister, man, we need a Prime Minister who doesn't hide from the press. So don't run from, answer them, be there, and speak to them. You are you're the competent authority. So competently address them and competently answer them, because they want that competent answer from you. And what the Bahamians not saying, I know you've seen this word of compassion. You call on Bahamians to be compassionate, to have a heart. And yes, I think we do need a competent and compassionate government working for the people. But I'm sorry to report, Bahamians don't help or don't think they help such a government at this time. So, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support an extension of the emergency order in their current form. One side does not fit all. So, for example, when the first incident out of Bimini happened, we have a COVID task force as well. We made a lot of recommendations. Nothing happened, right? But we now know what's happening in Bimini, right? Why? This is an archipelago. We cannot, what suits Nassau or New Providence ain't just suit Acton, Crooked, Acton, Inagua, Cat Island, Exuma, or San Salvador. So why is it that the state of emergency has to apply to those islands? why residents, the state of emergency applies to the Bahamas. And we have to specifically exclude the state of emergency. So the state of emergency has to be. We can exclude those islands so that my cousin and my constituents could rely on their civil liberties so if the police officers don't treat them right. So if there's an infringement on the right, they could seek relief. They can't do it now because the state of emergency still applies. Because at any time, the company authority could decide, because he might see people in his normal party, to leave, to put stricter measures to apply to that island. Or if we see a motorcade in Saudi Lutra, decide they'll be punished for what they're doing and leave it so. But if the proclamation of emergency excludes them, right, however tempted he could be, he'll be constrained by law not to do it or can't do it. So in the form of the current state of this resolution does not take into account what is happening in the other islands. Inagua, why should someone in Inagua be subjected if one day decide they can have a beach party and the Prime Minister sees that? No COVID-19 has been detected here. They are being responsible, but I wake up and see the party, I can decide, well, I can lock them down for the weekend or I can lock them down. That temptation is there. And that's why I say the proclamation of emergency should now be curtailed to apply to those areas that you think, if you want to leave it in your Providence, not that I agree with it, at least you could show that you're thinking and the advice that you're getting is something that we can all understand. And so, Mr. Speaker, at the very least, our people deserve to know that all government policies are being made in good faith, based on the science and the data, and applied fairly. Yet, this government has provided no clear rationale, for example, for continuing weekend lockdowns. When's the last time the lockdowns down on the weekend? The Deputy Chief Medical Officer has indicated that he don't know, it was not a medical or ministry decision, that islands without COVID-19 cases cannot be reopened. So that's the consultant. So the medical appears to be that Igoma should be open, that San Salvador should be open, Ilutra should be open. That's what it appears. So we have to now question. They were naughty? Oh, that's what it is. San Salvador.
They are on detention.
You have them on detention? Boy, you keep telling me you want San Salvador back, but you don't get it like that. You're not going to get it like that. Right? So that's why people are questioning the good faith of the government's policies in relation to the matter, because it does not appear to be based on science and data. And so, no. So from the start, our people have been worried that there is one set of rules for F&M insiders and another set of rules for everyone else. Some businesses were allowed to open. Other similar ones were not. For example, I didn't hear anything about Iowa Key, where they, and I continue to say, before this, I used to order and send to my food from the restaurants I wish to eat from on Iowa Key. They wish to do that, but they can't.
Other restaurants doing it.
Right? Other restaurants are doing it. I feel piano. Well, we don't blame. Right, so, and then, some virus-free islands, as I pointed out, were allowed to reopen, while others are not. Meanwhile, we have a young woman selling coconut, being kept in overnight, 2 nights or 3 nights in one of the cells, shackled and taken all before the court. And then he's fined for selling coconuts, trying to earn a living, man. No. I don't know whether we took into account, someone got fined for going to the pump to get water. Now, I ain't talking about the pump in Napa Village. I know about that one. That's Mr. Long Island.
can't drink.
Right, yeah. Went to the pump that Long Island has in the neighborhood to get water. I know because a lot of people are still proper. See the pump. They still have homes in the inner city without running water. That depends on the pumps that's provided by Water and Sewage Corporation. And because they need to go, we say they have to be cleanly. They got to keep their hand washed, right? They have to cook with the water. They have to wash their hand. They have to bathe. How many water do you think they can keep in their house? 2 nights from let's say from Friday. The lockdown starts Friday to Saturday. How much water they can keep in their house? Right? And so you got to go. Well, we have wells, man. I still my wells. I still drink my wells. Still have my wells. Right? And so, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm saying is that we have to think. See, they want to make light of the point, but this is serious business because there are a lot of ordinary persons who don't have water in their homes. And when they go to the pump, they're being locked up. They're getting locked up and being taken before the courts. So, Mr. Speaker, right? Mr. Speaker, I want to see, for my part, I want to see the most aggressive plan possible to defeat this virus. This can be done while at the same time taking careful, considered steps to reopen. Everyone understands that we now live in a changed world. Our people are ready to be careful, ready to protect themselves and their families. So let's move on. I'm urging this government. Test. Trace, isolate, and then treat, and do it in a way that allows everyone to get back on their feet. Many countries have stepped up and are making great progress in fighting the virus while protecting their people and economies. We need to be one of those countries. The Bahamian people have given this administration plenty of time to catch up. It is well past the time to shift the model. And I say shift the model from coercion to cooperation. Let's urge our people to cooperate. They will cooperate. They become unruly when they believe you're beating them with a stick. I think we've seen the cooperation. We have seen that cooperation. So let's move to that. And so, Mr. Speaker, I was not persuaded by what I've heard by the company, through the company authority, Ukalani, the leader of government business, Bamboo Town, that I ought to support this. And all I'm going to say, Mr. President, please let my constituency free. Let my people go. St. Salvador cries. Right? Exuma wants to be open. The very islands, they want to be open. Right? Let them be. Okay? And so, Mr. Speaker, as I said, it is time now. It's time now. As many countries, and I repeat, have stepped up. They have made their progress in fighting this virus while they were protecting their people and they're protecting the economy. We need to be one of those countries, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, just before we proceed, I just like to bring it to your attention that according to the list of speakers provided me, we still have about 10 persons to speak. And at half hour each, I don't see how we're going to make the proposed ending to permit the Senate to meet at 3 p.m. So I just ask that you take that into consideration as we proceed. You're allotted half an hour, but if you don't need the full half hour, I think the Senate members of the Senate would be pleased that they would be able to meet at 3 p.m. or thereabouts. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the outset, I'd like, since the member for Killarney is here, just to double-check something he said. And I'm quoting from what appeared on the BlackBerry or whatever I'm using. All islands, and I quote, all islands except for New Providence, Grand Bahama, and Bimini are to be liberalized for commercial activity effective Tuesday after Whit Monday holiday. All islands, that's what he said. Now, after that it said, all non-essential storefront operations on New Providence, Grand Bahama, and Bimini, for example, furniture stores, etc., will be open for business. I must be missing something. No, let's go through it. Sorry, maybe the member for Killarney. All islands except for will be open. The next paragraph says that Bimini is open. So have I missed something? Huh? It doesn't say that. On Monday for resume business operations Monday to Friday 9 to 5. So therefore everything in what it reads to me is Bimini is open. So, but you're locked them down. So Bimini comes out of lockdown on Tuesday, as does Eleuthera, as does Cat Island, as does San Salvador, as does Exuma. That's the point. No, I was making the point. So therefore, the noise in the market in North Eleuthera has been ended because they can open. So there is nowhere in the Bahamas that is closed on Tuesday. We are open. Sorry, I'm a simple fella. I put in simple ways that I could understand. So the entire Bahamas, come Tuesday, is open. Is open. Open for everything. Non-essential. The only thing they can't do is go to the beach. Now, please. I grew up in Lutra. We got 100 miles of beaches. You go to a beach every day, you wouldn't see anyone, so I can't go for that. But that's a different issue. Open the beaches, let the people do. So, where I was going to stand up this morning and maybe give the member for Kalani a hard time, I have to change my tune, and I will say it right up front, that we are progressive in that we have opened the economy up on Tuesday morning for everything. Let's put it in language that I could understand and probably a lot of other people could understand.
Not night operations.
Huh? Well, some night operations should never be open. Now. So what we've done is, because you see what I had a problem with was, a dry cleaner could open 9 to 5 last week, but a lawyer could only go from 9 to 1. I don't know which one is cleaning, but anyway. So now the entire economy is opened up. Wide open. Except for restaurants and some other stuff. Now, what I'd like to recommend on my feet today. So Spanish Wells should be happy. They should be, and as he says, the motorcade people ain't being punished no more. Because they can go to their work. Now, I have a couple points I want to try and make. The large percentage of our economy is the hotel industry, and I have no brief for this for anybody. I understand you have no control, Prime Minister. But as we get ready to open up, I think the member for Cat Island alluded to some of it, I think we should, in the next go-round to the members who have the say on, consider the potential of opening up restaurants. So for instance, in Switzerland, you call ahead, you make a reservation, they take your telephone number, they ask who the guests are, they call that cell phone number right back, and if it answers, they know it's you. And you can come into the restaurant business. That will open up a huge avenue for people. That's a suggestion for the next phase. So in other words, you can go to a restaurant, sit down and have your dinner. Now, the problem restaurants will have is, can they make it on the social distancing that's their business. That ain't our business as the government. Some of them might want to do it to keep their staff back in training, to get them out the house. Because this links back into the food possibility. When you open up this economy like you have done, you still have not opened it up to the largest section of the unemployed people, which is the hotel industry, which is your demand on national insurance, which is your demand on food, which is your demand on the staff. So I think the way forward, when the next phase and the planned reasonable opening of the economy, because you have to make sure we can test and do all of this other stuff that the doctors say, is to look at other avenues. Cat Island made a very good extent. Why shouldn't fish fry be open? That's the next phase we need to look at, so that once we have social distancing, once we have all of this, we open up more of the economy. Because you know what's interesting, I don't know if many of you followed it, the government opened up the construction industry. They couldn't jump on the jitney to get to work, and they couldn't jump on the construction buses until recently to get to work. So you see outside the Prime Minister's office, if you went there, the whole median was covered with cars, because the construction workers had to get to work. Construction workers have been to work for 2 weeks, 2 and a bit weeks. What happened to COVID? Flat. It never went up. So we have proved, some people might criticize the government. Empirical evidence, or whatever kind of evidence you want to say, has shown that we opened up the construction industry, and some of them aren't distancing, some of them aren't wearing their masks. We know how they just go. But at least the boys got work, men got work. But construction is back to normal. We're getting that input where people have got money, people can go to the grocery store. So I suggest, Mr. Prime Minister and your colleagues, that maybe you look at other industries that can open. Whether they make money or not, that's not the government's business. So I think the point I'm raising, 2 points I've raised so far is, one, the entire economy is open come Tuesday. They might not be able to go to the beach, but I think we should change that. Because, you know, Eleuthera got 100 miles of beaches. You don't see people. Look, Exuma got islands with no one on it. So please, I think Exuma should go to the beach. We got crawfish season starting to open in August. We got to get ready for it. There's traps, there's spears. We got to get our boats ready. Now, I am not going to get into Andros and the other areas on their crabs, but Eleuthera has pineapples, so why can't the fella come to Nassau and sell his pineapples? Because we want agriculture. So we have to look at that. So there are areas, whilst I congratulate the government on what they've done today, and admittedly, I'll say on my feet, I've changed the tone of my speech because I came to vent a little bit, but since the country is now open come Tuesday, let's get back to work and start to produce what we have to produce, subject to the new norm. Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Member of Parliament for Killarney, you're a healthy fellow, person. Please, I don't understand why we can only exercise from 5 to 9 o'clock. Let us, because the virus don't stop it. Oh, sugar, virus say 1 minute past 9, I can't catch nobody. Please let us exercise all day, because some of us may go crazy in our house all day. Oh, with a curfew? Even the opening speech said the first lockdown happened because the guy ate the apple. 9 p.m. Huh?
9 p.m.
Oh, it's 9 p.m. Oh, we could, okay, the lockdown. Oh, okay. You see? Good. Thank you for correcting me. So we could exercise. See, you guys got to realize, I have not been in this chamber for a couple of meetings. I have been listening outside. It is so crackly outside, you cannot hear whether it's PM or AM. So that's why I get mixed up. So for the simple fact, during the lockdown, we can exercise all day in our immediate neighborhood. During the lockdown, we can. We just can't go to the beach. Maybe that's next week, eh? We go to the beach when the weather gets better. But during the now curfew, we can exercise anywhere we want to go. So we have been liberalized today. This is a progressive day for the government and people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. But we have to take some other steps. And as we come gradually. Another step we have to take, and I'll try and make it short, Mr. Speaker, is I don't know how many of you, see, I'll tell you a little quick story. One day before I was in government, I wanted to do something with my telephone line. I couldn't get it done. The first day I became a minister, they were up there, but within 3 minutes of me calling to fix the telephone line that before I was a minister couldn't get fixed. So please, the COVID-19 hotline or email or Gmail or WhatsApp or whatever, and the Office of the Prime Minister, people are not getting responses in a timely manner. I have people calling me this 4 and 5, 6 days, and they still ain't hear back, if I can put it that way. So we need to improve that, Mr. Prime Minister. If you've got to get some $1 a year people who volunteer their time just to get the answer, find those people, because I think people like, for instance, my Cal want their people to get home. If they can't get an answer about this new passport we need, the travel COVID card, it doesn't help anyone getting home. The idea is good.
Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Killarney.
Member for St. Anne's has valid points. And we recognize that there are challenges with the domestic route. And we're in discussion with Bahamas Air and others, and other airlines, so that we can come up with a protocol so that you can at least open the domestic route.
You see, that's a progressive member for Killarney. He admits there is difficulty. So then those people say he shies away from the press. See, he answers questions, Mr. Cat Island. You just have to ask him. You just have to ask him. Be careful, be careful. So you see, once we accept that we do need some help in those areas, I think some of the frustration of the length of time of this lockdown, I think that's really what it is. We are not used to being restricted in our movements. We want to jump in the car and go when and where we want to go. We have been progressive as a country, and I applaud the government for doing that. And when you realize we're 100 cases and only 11 deaths, we have done a fantastic job in curtailing this issue. A lot of it is insular, because we have different islands and people have been separated, and so obviously, so we could see in the message with Bimini where, those of us know Bimini, that the cluster is right there. On an island 21/7, a lot of people don't appreciate that frustration of having been locked down for the time they have. Now we need to get back to business as usual, and to use this time, if we can, to actually improve the rate of doing business. So for instance, I think I sent to a couple cabinet ministers, a lady was trying to get a funeral benefit, and National Insurance said she had to go to a registry to pick up a death certificate so she could get a marriage certificate so she could get the funeral benefit. Those are the things we're going to have to change, because if it's a new norm, we don't want people out on the street going into government offices, having to stand in line to find out, in that particular day there was no cashier, whatever it was. We have to find a way to deliver these services far quicker, far more efficient. So for instance, he's not here. I understand that in a case in the past, I think we got it resolved. A woman who was in Abaco had to come to Nassau to get her new passport. She can't come to Nassau because she can't get a COVID passport to come to Nassau. In today's world, that shouldn't happen. The passport for Freeport should be in Freeport. The passport for Abaco should be in Abaco. And those are issues that we should learn from this shutdown as we bring government services back online, that we have to improve those services and make them more user-friendly, which does not require the customer to go into an office. I'm glad the honourable member said that. Because in the years I have been in government, looking into it has never been fast enough. And we have been looking into digitalization and computerization of the government since I was there in the first Ingram administration. And in some cases, we have not reached yet. So we need to speed that up. And part of it is just not talking about it. Part of it is actually delivering. Got to do it. I would just, in my final couple of minutes, since I'll cut it short, is to say, as the government moves towards, as we go into the budget, and as we move to opening up phase 3, or going into phase 3, we need to seriously focus on the ease of doing business. You try and do some business. The bank needs this. This one needs this. The business license needs that. We need to put people into business very quickly. If it's the face mask person, both these masks were made in Nassau. People make masks all over the place. I think over 1,000 of these were donated to the public health system by charitable organizations who made them at home. Now it's a fad. Why can't we make them before? It's very easy. So we need to make sure but to do that, I need a business license, I need a health certificate, I need a this, I need a character reference, I need a bank account, and we all know that the list goes on. So we have to find a way to make sure these people can get into business far quicker to be able to do things for themselves and also to benefit. Mr. Speaker, with those few comments, I just would like to support the extension of the lockdown, of the emergency order, because I realize the legalities of why you have to do it, unlike the opposition who may disagree with it. I'm glad today, though, that we have opened up large portions of the economy, and I look forward to opening up far greater portions of the economy because it'll ease the tension We need now to focus on the repatriation flights and people coming in and out, because there is a tension building up there where persons want to get back, and whether it's administrative reasons, we should be flying a Bahamas Air flight every day to Miami to pick up Bahamians to bring them back, because we need them home, and also to be able to take Bahamians to their family islands. We need to be able to get them back as quickly as possible, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will make sure that is opened up. Those few comments, Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Golden Isles.
Speaker, I am grateful for this opportunity. I thank Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, touching the hearts of the people of the great constituency of Golden Isles, to afford me this opportunity. I too, like the member for St. Anne's, his concerns was in the business area, some other areas. My concerns is in the religious area as it relates to the church. And so before I go ahead of myself, I would just like some clarifications to the member from Kalani. I understand the openings. What about the numbers? I know the number was 10. What are the numbers now? No, you're saying 30. Let me, yes, sir.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
No, with respect to the churches, the Christian Council and members of the clergy would put their protocol together. Because you may have some churches, a large edifice. You take, for example, the Catholic Cathedral. We can hold 2,000 or more individuals. You can't say 10. You follow me? So they would take all those matters into consideration.
Obviously based on size then.
That's right.
So
no, it's based on
the
size.
way it was.
It's based on size.
Okay.
But social distancing, face masks, etc., sanitation must be followed.
Yes. He's just reduced my... I came with a sermon, Mr. Speaker. I came with a fiery, Holy Ghost-filled sermon. Now, he took the sting out of me, Mr. Speaker. I came here to turn this place upside down in the Holy Ghost. Now the PM is... Can you arm me again, please, sir? You virtually disarmed me. But, I think it was a high level of... I'll get there. But it's just that it was the level of frustration that I'm sure you would have been aware of. And so I thought a lot of it could have been avoided. And of course, by those measures, it would be avoided. However, there are still a few concerns that I have, and I'll mention them as I speak. I should like to begin, Mr. Speaker, by extending condolences to the family of Mother May Higgs, the matriarch of a family, at 97 years old. She passed. She will be funeralized tomorrow at the St. James Anglican Church in historic Adelaide Village. I should also like to extend belated condolences to the families of the victims of Hurricane Dorian who were laid to rest last Friday. Mr. Speaker, to the members of the constituents, Golden Isles, and by extension, throughout the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, there are a number, I'm aware of a number of families who are preparing to travel post-July 1 to the United States. I would just like to say to them, please take every precaution, because the ugly head of racism has emerged in the United States of America. We know the situation in the state of Georgia, where the young man was shot running through a neighborhood. You know the situation several days ago, where a young man, another black male, and actually watched it live, his life was taken away with a police officer, knees on his neck. And there's unrest in Minnesota now because of it. And so, as our citizens prepare to travel, they need to keep that in mind and be very mindful that that could have been, as we have Bahamians all over the United States of America, they could have easily been Bahamian. So we need to be mindful of that. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the government for the overall handling of this pandemic. It has been challenging sometimes, but I've committed myself to giving the government the full support in this effort, and I've done so. I should especially like to thank the former Minister of Health, the member for Elizabeth, for the sterling job he did while leading the ministry and providing excellent leadership during this pandemic. I've said it publicly, and I wish to state it again. He was in his element, and he was like a fish. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I've said this publicly, that he was in his element, and he was like a fish in water. So I just wanted to commend him publicly. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the Honorable Member for Kalani has virtually disarmed me, and so just a few issues I would have that with regards, with regards to as it relates to the church and the worship services, and the comparisons were made, like to the food stores, to the other stores that are open, and the 9 to 5 time. The challenge, I'm sure, will be why just 7 to 1. I'm sure the challenge would be why no Sunday school. I'm sure there would be issues, because a part of it would be, a lot of times persons think of Sunday school as for children, but Sunday schools are for children and adults. And so if adults can come to school, church and congregate, then why you can't have Sunday school, even if, say, for adults, because there's Sunday school at different levels and at different grades. So I'm sure these are issues that they would have. And I just wanted to, and it may have been an oversight, I'm not sure why, but I'm sure these are issues that can be worked out reasonably and in a rational and a fair manner. Because the whole mood of the church was that a lot of the leaders that spoke to me, that they felt it was personal and they were being discriminated against. Man, I came armed. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that, I wish to again commend the government for the excellent job and the way they handled this pandemic. I have some issues with the extension, but with regards, when it comes to other people, to the health persons, I always prefer to err on the side of caution. And so I support the extension with that, in that spirit. I'm prepared to err on the side of caution. And so, again, let's fight this fight together. I thought I may have had to pull out my sword early before the planned time, Mr. Speaker, but that sword is still sharp and shining, but it's still where it needs to be.
Learn.
in reserve.
Okay, that's all.
And so that needs no need to use the sword today, Mr. Speaker. And so, from Grand Bahama to Inagua. One more issue. One more, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if the member for Cat Island and San Salvador, the member for South Andros, the member for Michael, they may have forgotten this. This is the problem, Kalani, that I have with the beaches being closed. Our sea is therapeutic. When I was growing up, every time I had a cold, even now I go to the sea and it drains it. It literally pulls it out of you. It's therapeutic. Please revisit that. Revisit that. For persons who have the flu, anytime I was catching the flu or I had the cold, I never took anything for it. Sometimes, but the old sour sea in Alavis with lime, but I always went to the sea. And it drained me, always. And so several persons have reminded me of that. And so I want to bring that to the attention. I know what the issue is in terms of persons have a tendency to forget social distancing, to party wild and go crazy. I understand it. But please think of it however it can be in terms of our waters, our ocean is therapeutic. Having said that, Golden Isle support the resolution. May Almighty God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make the wealth common.
Okay.
God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I just want to clarify a few things for Golden Isle. The number with respect to the churches, 7 to 1. Once the churches' protocols are reviewed, etc., because once they start, they put their protocols in place, and then the times subsequently can be adjusted. And with respect to Fish Fries, we're looking at that now, so hopefully Fish Fries can engage in delivery service. But we're also looking, we know the challenges restaurants would have in a closed environment, so we're also looking at the possibility of having outside cafes, so you can have them spaced out. No, the beaches. The beaches we're looking. Well, it is our hope that we'd be open internationally by the 1st of July. Internationally, so everything would have been open before that. You would note that numbers are remaining stable, no increase, flat, and once that continues, we can progressively accelerate the process. It was our hope initially to have everything by mid-June, but the member knows very well that having the proclamation extended to the end of July does not necessarily mean that the lockdowns and everything else would extend that. Only the proclamation. The lockdowns may come out a lot sooner. Yeah, Joan, yes, yes, you know what I mean.
I need you to get up and take back that seat.
Thank you, honorable members. Just honorable member for Kalani. Honorable member for Kalani, on a point of clarification for me, for the chair. I've been inundated with calls from the church, particularly as it relates to the inner sanctuary service. And earlier I thought I heard you say that the number moved from 10 to 30. Now I just want to make sure, so when they call me, because the questions are also that, look, you all have 7 ordained ministers in this parliament, and I can't hear from you all. I'm flooded with those calls and complaints. And so I want to make sure it's clear. Are we moving from this point with the inner sanctuary church services are based on square footage and the protocol?
In the Christian Council, had submitted to me previously a proposal they're putting together in terms of their protocol, and that's based on square footage. With respect to the 10 versus 30, that refers to graduation. There are some institutions that are very small. That refers to funerals, that refers to weddings, but that does not refer to the church. Some churches, they're cathedrals, and therefore they would know how to organize their social distancing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. As many? Just a moment. Did you recognize the Honorable Member for Golden Isles?
I'll be surprised if anything comes up. In terms of the churches again, in terms of funerals, weddings, churches, why 30 as opposed to using the same method with the social and physical distancing that would be in place normally? Why weddings and funerals and churches would be minimized as opposed to the usual?
Did you recognize the Honorable Member for Kalani?
The member would know very well that funerals are not like funerals nowadays. You may have 3-4 cars parked, and the back trunk is really a bar. It's really a bar, and the same thing applies to weddings and other entities like that. Churches, the house of God, and it's totally a place for healing. And they would worship God, after which they would go home.
Thank you. As many? Did you recognize the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town?
Mr. Speaker, it's our intention we're going to go beyond one. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the following resolution that be it resolved that the business of this House do continue beyond 1 p.m. today, May the 28th, 2020.
Thank you, Honorable Members. Honorable Members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do extend beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. It is ordered that the business of this House will extend beyond the 1 p.m. hour. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to make a contribution to this resolution on the emergencies resolution 2020 on behalf of the great people of the Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros constituency. I'd like to commence my very brief comments by thanking the frontline healthcare workers, especially nurses and ancillary staff members. And many of them working without at first knowing the full implications of the COVID-19, and some would even say without proper PPP, and giving service in my district without no doctor being present. I want to thank nurses, especially in South Andros, Nurse Val Ramming and our staff at the Johnson Bay Clinic, Nurse Edgecombe and Nurse Stubbs and others at the Fresh Creek Clinic, Nurse Andrea Clark and the staff at the Mangrove Key Clinic, where they are still anticipating the repairs and the upgrading at the Mangrove Key Clinic, where they can be more comfortable. They can be in a more suitable environment, Mr. Speaker, for everyday healthcare work in the community of Mangrove Key. As spring turns to summer, many Bahamians desire to spend more time outdoors and to being able to shop, have family reunions, attend homecomings, regattas, funerals, etc., in their usual way. But unfortunately today, Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. Bahamians, through their faith in the Almighty God and by taking precautionary healthcare measures, are less anxious, and consumers by and large are less depressed about healthcare concerns in the Bahamas today. Business executives globally are a bit more optimistic this month than they were last. Globally, business-to-business buyers and contractors, especially in Asia, Europe, and to some extent in North America, are showing signs of confidence and are holding firm. Many companies are running spreadsheets on how many people can fit in the various office spaces that are technically designed for more than 2 persons in the 6 feet kind of diameter, but now they must now retrofit the offices in very limited spaces many of them are facing today in the Bahamas. planning for one-way pathways through workplaces, figuring out how adaptations to restrooms, lunchrooms, and entrances would work. What is needed today, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad when I've heard a member for Kalani, is a return to, this country must return to its work muscle, where the government-led entering a enterprising mindset, coupled with the collaboration from the private sector, we had hoped, with a wide ability to absorb uncertainty and incorporate lessons of adjustments and the new work ethic in operating quickly and getting things done in the 21st century Bahamas that must now be ready post-COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, I'll then quickly move on to some of my general concerns that I've heard from persons far and wide in our local society. And I'll begin firstly with the opening of the Bahamian economy. I noted quickly that it was a very good relief to hear the Prime Minister say, come Joe, and second, there would be a level of normalcy in our society. And I must firstly touch on the point as highlighted by the member for Golden Isles. The churches being locked down, 10 persons attending services and funerals, and also many of them in more recent times having services in their parking lots. And today, there are still concerns as I will check my WhatsApp and other message platforms about how many persons could attend these services. I'm a fellow worshiper over the hill, Church of God Cathedral. I can look at the Tabernacle, for example, BFM, Grace Community with Pastor Lyle, Mount Tabor, Bethel Baptist, St. John's, St. Agnes. I think these environments should have been opened some time ago to allow more persons to attend the ACM and SCM meeting and attend their prayer meetings, which I know is critical to persons like my mother and others. And the numbers were very concerning. Funerals, for example, with 10 persons or less. Many families who are coming in from the family, and some persons had 10 children. And siblings couldn't attend along with their spouses. And grandchildren were saddened, who would have been very attached to their grandmothers and grandfathers. On Tuesday past, I would have attended the homegoing at the graveside at Woodlawn for the late Deacon Henry Saunders of Mine Grove Key, and to be there with Harry and his wife Sharia and others to see how persons were saddened and had to be extended. And I think, although we observe certain protocols, I think the church was one of those institutions that, in my view, felt as if they were not seen as essential. And that saddened me in this society, Mr. Speaker. This country has come thus far by faith. Our faith has been one of the main fabrics, should I say the main underpinning and fabric in this country. And therefore today, I stand in no small way to extol the virtue of one Pastor T.G. Morrison, who stood strong as a beacon of hope in the religious community. Pastor T.G. Morrison did not buckle. He was firm, strong, and deliberate, not vitiating nor vacillating, and didn't fall to no spirit of trepidation. He said Zion would remain open. He understood the protocol and the law. So today I celebrate Pastor T.G. Morrison for strength amidst the church being challenged in this country today. So I salute you publicly, and I hope to be a guest at your place of worship pretty shortly. I know you understood the latitude that we've been given in this parliament. I won't go any further on that, but I want to commend you, sir. Others, quickly, I was very concerned about it. Those persons who are in the food industry in our society came up to me and saw me. Bars were still allowed to sell their wares and their liquor. Food stores were still open, although you had some queues and lines. When you went inside, you saw a different thing altogether, some of the hardware stores. But then persons would say to me, well, Mr. Forbes, let's go over to Wendy's at the mall at Marathon. I walked inside, place fully full. And, you know, once adhering to no marker, you go to KFC at Sanders Beach, full. I gone to Marco's, I'm looking for the protocol for healthcare. I went to the Marco's up by me, I be namely about it. I got the pizza, and the staff virtually bucking into one another. All this protocol stuff. But the church must adhere to it. And when you go to the mall, I had about 2 or 3 small business persons contacted me about how Kelly's, AID, Wendy's, KFC, the privileged ones around the mall were open, and the persons with the small carousel stores in the malls are closed. It's unfair. If the mall is open for one, the mall should be open for all. We all understand the protocol of the COVID-19. And so, they're not open yet, my friend. No, but that's Tuesday now, just Thursday. You can speak, ma'am. I'm speaking for me. Okay, I have my liberties in here. Tell me what to say. Mr. Speaker, so here we are today. Churches are closed, are having drive-up services. Other stores and preferential business places are open. Mr. Speaker, also when we look at it, Labor Day is coming up. And I was challenged by the fact when I heard the member for Kalani, who's also the lead spokesperson for the company and authority, noting the fact that for Labor Day, we once again be in a lockdown mode, if I would understand him correctly. I would have thought that the Prime Minister would allow persons to do more than just go to the food store on Labor Day. Understanding the insignificance of labor and good labor relations in the 21st century Bahamas, and the role and the significance of labor, Sir Randall Fox today is turning over in his proverbial grave. I think labor leaders should have been allowed at least to congregate with their leadership at somewhere like a workers' house or at a certain kind of environment where they can sit and maybe even zoom to their wider populace in the Bahamian society. And the same way you get time for the food store, Labor Day labor leaders in the BUT and the BC and the BEW, Busavu, all the different unions could be able to sit down, man, with their leadership at least and have lunch, understanding social and distancing protocols, and at least have a sense of camaraderie. I would cry shame on the member for Garden Hills, who's a noted trade unionist like I was as many years ago, who should have reminded the Prime Minister, who came more from the line of academia and healthcare and the business sector, who he came, Keith Archer and A. Archer would cry shame on him, Allington Miller, they know him well. He should have stood up for labor. Labor leaders should be allowed to congregate, Kingsley Black and others, and come together on Labor Day and break bread together on Labor Day, man. Don't tell them they're going to go to the food store. This country is where it's at today because of labor leaders. And I think there's a total injustice to them. And I wouldn't apologize for nothing in the world. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the most traumatic experiences was to been told to drive by the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium and to see the long lines of Bahamians waiting in the line for assistance. Persons are wrapped around the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium, almost over to Government High School for employment assistance checks. Law firms, corporate Bahamas, leading businesses, 30,000 plus persons have applied for assistances. Mr. Speaker, the member for East Grand Bahama was extolling the virtue just yesterday of a Bahamas that is high-tech, technology-driven. My God, if we have the B80 forms that through the offices of these employers share all these banking information, your birth, your this and that, and your account number, do you think we couldn't find a way to have all of these beautiful Bahamian women and the cool men who work downtown or in farmed in all these offshore banks, for example, who've been furloughed, instead of standing up, and they got to send me a picture of their foot hurting. Bahamian people be a little touchy. They ain't going for their assistance check and no little low shoes or whatever. They want to go look in a certain kind of way. And they got to stand up in the sun. And we couldn't find a way to send this money to their account. Man, the Bahamas, we got to still find a way to do things differently. Give people our pride about them, man. If they can do this in Barbados, and it's in Kitts, in the Bahamas, next door to the great United States of America, we still got to have Bahamians standing in line in the hot sun to collect an assistance check in the 21st century Bahamas. East Grand Bahama, you're my friend. I never touched you much because you've been good to me, but I am looking at the reality of this. And on top of that, when that is done, I don't put this on him. He does good with the money. He can count that money. I can do this for next week, June 8th. But I'm going to go to this point. Then a young lady says to me, when they would have gotten a assistance check, and the people cute, got a nice bag with them, and I believe in looking good and feeling good. But then your names are published online in the newspaper and online. Man, you know some people how we go. See, Breeze, you know this thing way. We don't want people in our business. I get assistance check. No way, but no furlough, nothing. Mr. Speaker, that's the Bahamian way. Me ain't want nobody know I live in Twynham, so I live on the Eastern Road and I get assistance check. It's published online. And these are people, 2 or 3 of them, they are known F&M supporters. I know I buy it. So I'm talking real talk in here. Like I remember from finance talk, real talk. This real talk. I'm thinking that some things that are personal to people and they're very touchable in a very small community. I must say, as Speaker today, the RISE program is one that was started under the former administration that I am really concerned about. And Southern Shores, you know, I must touch this point. When someone had a RISE card, Kalani, they went to Super Value, City Market, or to the Chinese, or even to Kenneth's or one of those food stores. They had the RISE card, which should have been like a regular credit card or debit. It made you feel good if you come from the Grove, like me over the hill in McCullough County. My mom is right now watching me. The fact of the matter, when I had a card, I didn't get no big old piece of paper in my hand. I'm going to stand holding paper in my hand for about like I come to beg something. Melanie Sharon Griffin gave people who were getting social assistance something like a credit card, an ATM debit, Bank of the Bahamas debit card. Dignity. And it gave them dignity, man. It made people over the hill feel good to go to get their assistance. That's the point I'm making as an everyday Bahamian fella. When they got to now go back to where they carrying paper. And then when they get there, if you come from Andros, for example, you hike a ride from Drigshill or Long Bay Keys and go up to Norwood Ramming and Kempsby and get the Norwood saying taking them all voucher. You're totally frustrated by the process. We got to make our people feel good about themselves in this society. That's the point I'm making. Give those young women and challenge young men that card. Find a way to put the money on their account. Do not have people stand up in the sun. Go there right now. The line almost out to Government High School. With people who work downtown every day with us. It shouldn't be happening. Quickly, Mr. Speaker, the Family Islanders living through the same challenges today. And I must note quickly that the courts have been a challenge, for us. Rulings we don't say much about it here, but Mr. Speaker, when we're going to charge a young man for selling coconut water along the street, and he ain't begging, he ain't thieving, he ain't taking nobody kidnap or nothing out their yard. Another one being charged for going to carry their grandpa medication in Taylor Street after 9 o'clock. I don't want no one to break the law. Let's start there. I'm not encouraging anyone to break no law. If you're going, whatever you're going, well, I got I would not be tempted today. I would not be tempted. God don't try. See, Kalani touched me in a very touchy spot. God is a good God. I ain't going there with him today. Me and remember forget I'll be still on our script today. So he tried to make me laugh and break my stride, But at the end of the day, I am saying, Mr. Speaker, the law should apply across the board. And I think the court should be rather understanding in these matters. And I'm not saying that poison should go on the roads any hours of the night. But at the end of the day, what about those cars what poisons would say to me? And I know poisons sometimes have motives in telling you stories. But what about the cars that are driving beyond the airport? No one's stopping them. But you see the other uptown who's driving between Independence Drive and over the hill, what we call the Heritage Community. The police pulling them up on the road and 2 cars blocking them and guns drawn. You see, this is still the same Bahamas, and people got to feel comfortable within the confines of the law. Bahamians are watching what's playing out now today in North America. But 2 more cities are burning this morning because of the recent development of Mr. Lloyd and being killed by a police officer. And this is where we are today. I want to thank also the member quickly for Kalani with his clarification on the crab issue, allowing my people to come in much easier from Andros to sell their crabs. I am hearing about the sites being allocated by the member for Marco City and member for St. Barnabas. Now, the member for St. Barnabas, I might as well warn him, Kalani, he is going to be talking for over the hill, and tell him Mother Pratt will be listening to what he has to say today for the people them who come from Andros with their crabs and how they're going to treat those people. I don't want him to have my people them marginalized. I recommended some particular sites where our people could sell their crab with some level of dignity and decency about them. Crab right now almost could cost from $30 to $60 a dozen. Crab has become a high-end delicacy in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And I'm saying to you, I don't want people to be pushed out when they go on Point Center Drive, police running them and making them move. They go on Blue Hill Road, they're running them and treating them all kind of how. Let's get how health or health, the trouble for me in this House of Assembly. I'm saying treat my people with respect. Quickly, Mr. Speaker, as we have these closed, we have these areas that are going on that have some challenges. I know the fact that to the member for Carmichael that in Central Andros, just last evening, we had a lot of challenges with BPL there last evening, where you have these overnight curfew and you ask people to stay home. But then by the same token, there must be consistent electricity supply in these family islands. And I must say quickly from my own personal perspective, it's interesting when I try to put $50 gas in my car. Unlike the member for Yamaquam, my fine member of Parliament, I can't afford to put in $80. I put in $50 or $40. And my car virtually was full. But I said gas prices, I talking every day behind me, gas price going down, but my light bill seemed to have gone up. Something right about that. So I asked someone who in the industry, you said to me, well, what might have happened, South Andros? They haven't started using the cheaper crude yet. I said, boy, stop talking nonsense. Now, you know, I said, no, I wait for Carmichael to respond to that one. They started using the cheaper, he said, gas yet. I said, no. So they said, all in the used bunker. I said, hold on, that's nonsense. I said, I ain't buying that. I said, if gas in the Bahamas is going down, if the gas at the everyday pump is going down, why it appears my light bill is going up? My neighbors are saying the same thing to me. No, but I know, it's been cool for the last few weeks. My bars are open. I ain't got nothing on. You know, so I say something is wrong with this picture. But I leave it like that today. Arawaki, open discrimination. I want to say to my friend at D Waters Cafe today, Goalies and Bruno and Curly's and Twin Brothers, there's some sign of hope that the Prime Minister is having a change of mind towards you at Arawaki. It challenges me. You go to Arawaki before you turn into the main thoroughfare in Arawaki, you look to the left. The cricket club is fully open. Many of my friends from the Caribbean, diaspora are all there, eating all day. And my hometown fellas, all the Curly's and those at Arawaki, Dwight and those are closed at Arawaki. Not even allowed to have curbside businesses. They already have their places marked out. Can't do business on Arawaki. Goalies, they can't do business on Arawaki. That's something that's wrong with that picture. And you could go right on West Bay Street like I did yesterday to KFC, Wendy's, Burger King, and the place full of the people, and the fellas at Arawaki are closed. Something is wrong with that picture. Wrong. We got to fix that. Quickly, Mr. Speaker, as I wrap things up, I'm anticipating the days of intra-island travel, and I'm hoping that the Prime Minister could have a quick word with Western Air, Flamingo Air, Randolph Holdings, and Lee Air. I know there's some effort now. I think there are 2 or 3 flights a weekend to Central Andros on Lee Air, and I want to commend the Captain Brown. But I also would like to say to our people in the Family Islands, as the member for Stanyard Creek, the garden community of Andros takes leave, I guess I must have put a little hell on him, but he's my friend, you know, we go way back. Papa, I'm putting hell on him today. So Papa, you know you're watching. Your friend is still here with me. And so I tell Papa I would touch him up a little bit today. So brave, I touched up the number 4. Carmichael, you're a good friend also. I know how that thing goes. So I would say today that I would want our friends in the Family Islands to, when they've been around the bar, Mr. Speaker, you have institutional recall. You know how these things work. And you got to understand that when you put yourself in real trouble. The reality is, though, persons in the Family Islands, they're not interested too much, Mr. Kalani, Prime Minister, member for Kalani, in persons coming to the Family Islands because they ain't got no problem in the Family Islands. Now, that's also discrimination in its own way. Because I'm saying to them, the travel to from New Providence to the Family Islands, persons have to be cleared. But you have brigadiers, Tranquility Lodge at Bishop Markeby and Barron Point. You have the new hotel in South Andros with Brian Doe's. You have Swain's Key and Mangrove Key. You have the bays with Raleigh Smidows and Mars Bay. That's to name a few. And you've been to Southern Shores. You've been to my fine constituency. We invite you to come back. You could come back. But the reality is, though, Mr. Prime Minister, we'll have to make it easier for persons to leave from New Providence to go to these islands, because many persons have disposable income. And they want to travel to the Family Islands, you know. But the reality is they don't want to go. The problem with St. Anne's highlighted is so important. Where a person goes East Grand Bahama to get the swab thing, which is pretty invasive. The temperature may be high. Then they got to wait 5 days to hear back from them. Kalani, that's kind of long, man. That's long. Like I mentioned to you, persons who come on the mail boat to sell their crops. You come to Nassau, the average person comes to Nassau on the Captain Moxie on Tuesday, Wednesday. On Thursday, they want to go back on the Lady Katrina. They want to go back home. Yes, on a minute. But the reality is, we want to make this process one that persons could move very easily. And maybe we can have a clinic that say for example, if you come from the Family Islands, like Lady Diadem who come with their pineapple from Eleuthera, or you come from Cat Island, like Snake Eye come from beautiful San Salvador, and Dormy Kingdom come to town. They want to be able to come and you can say, okay, you go to Carmichael Clinic. You can go to South Beach Clinic. You'll have Nurse Bain or somebody who will deal with this matter, or someone who's in charge, where you can have a certain office where persons from the Family Islands, and Reverend Moses Penniman, for example, from Mangrove Key. If Reverend Penniman come to town, you go to Carmichael Road, or you'll go to South Beach Clinic, where there's an office just to deal with persons who want to go to the Family Islands, who want to use a couple of dollars they have in Nassau to get away from New Providence until the international travel is lifted. I hope you understand that. So I think that is a process where there's 5 days I go and I apply. And I got to wait for 5 days, and when I call in all the numbers, they're not getting any response. I hope you understand that. Member from Marco City, please, you wanted to.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Yeah, thank you very much for yielding. I wanted to just speak to the issue of Portaski and Awaki, as my good friend from Central and South Andros might be aware. They are in the midst of Awaki right now. They should be doing the food handle course. So the team has in fact been meeting with them with respect to making sure that we take care of a couple of housekeeping matters. One of those is to completely clean the area. That's one. Secondly is to survey the stores, because as you're aware, the stores continue, a number of them continue to grow. The footprint changes, which is often contrary to what the regulations are, and we're just trying to sort that out. And there are a number of issues between, for example, persons who lease the property and those that they have subleased to, even though there's no provision in law that permits them to do so. And so the goal is to get them converted to for example, a takeout. We can't, for example, Ministry of Agriculture can't control if somebody else is operating in violation of the law, but we could certainly try to regulate the ones we have. So we expect within 14 days, those businesses should be up and running on our Waki. We don't anticipate any obstacles to that. So just to let you know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marco City. Quickly, Mr. Speaker, as I wrap things up, I'd like to say also, Marco City, since you're here, I don't know if it falls under your purview of the member for St. Barnabas, that I got a note also from small businesses, this member for Cat Island, a leader would have recognized, and the mango fella, the Muslim who sells the oil along the street and the ornaments, the cane and the Kanab guy, the painted man. Let's be considerate to those fellas also. Find a way to make them feel a part of this process and don't feel ostracized or pushed aside. That's critical. You want to say something?
The chair recognizes honorable member.
Once again,
Marco City.
we've had discussions with the member from Central and South Andros with respect to the crab vendors, and so you'd see in tomorrow's daily as a result of a press release that will be going out today. We collaborated, Shannon Dawn, Cartwright, myself, had multiple conversations with the member from Central and South Andros about locations where crab vendors would be going. So we have at least 6 locations across New Providence where when they come to town, we're asking them to go in those locations, observe social distancing, wear the protective gear, clean up after yourself, but roads and parks, Ministry of Agriculture, beaches and park will also assist with the cleaning and sanitizing. Similarly, the Prime Minister's mandated we create a new environment in New Providence in particular. So what we've done is we've got an architect who's designed a number of models where we're expecting vendors throughout the Bahamas to have mobile vending stations that we can move at the end of the day so that we don't create makeshift facilities throughout the capital and elsewhere. What we wish to do before we formally launch that program, and you'll hear more about it and see all of the renditions in the budget communication, is to really meet with you and your team so you can see the models, you understand what the structure and the system is. But all of these makeshift facilities our goal is in the short while that they will not be on the side of the street. We'll create something that is affordable, looking at a proper payment schedule to extend out so that they don't even feel the weight of doing that, and just transition in terms of how we function in the country. But we'll do so only with your concurrence.
Thank you, Rick. And I must also commend this member, Mr. Speaker, that he invited myself and the deputy and the member for the place we need to, Senator the Honorable Place we need to join him in his recent discussion with his ministry. And he shows a new spirit of collegiality that I respect. And we were all invited to be there, but us three, we shared in that process. I want to commend him. Fear still exists, and fear gives a terrible sensation to anyone, especially those who feel a sense of violence, disease, disaster. If you feel as if a dangerous animal is in your vicinity, horrible movies, for example, all could bring us some fear. But having aid and comfort and leadership, those who are a part of your company, lightens the load. It lifts uncertainty, and also for us today we realize that failure is not an option for the Bahamas. So therefore, I understand what my leader says, that we cannot go through a state of self-sabotage. So we must remove quickly the yoke of low self-esteem and also shaken confidence in the Bahamian society. And we must therefore now ask, in no small way, to see the blueprint for success that takes us in that direction, where we remove all these fear and trepidation in the wider Bahamian society. The work must now begin. I should have begun some weeks ago for the economic recovery of our country. We continue to ask, where is this economic recovery committee? Are these all still men and women who may be sitting around dressed in suits and having coffee and tea from Starbucks while we're still having some coffee and tea from over the hill? We are still wondering what about if we can watch North American television, for example, on OAN, C-SPAN, local UK television, and also Caribbean television, and see meetings that are being held with their recovery committee, the Economic Recovery Committee, Marco City, where they are lecturing persons and speaking to them directly how to jumpstart their economy. Why the same can't be happening in the Bahamas simultaneously? I'm asking for the Lester Cox and the Lyndon Nairn, like I mentioned some time ago, the Renthia Kamalafi, the Gregory Bethel, who was doing this thing years ago. Remember Greg Bethel? Years ago, the Scotia Bank. Roosevelt Finlayson. And these persons' fidelity has to be used in this process to help the member for East Grand Bahama, my friend, so that we need something out there so that our people can get this information. It can't all come from the member for Kalani. But I'm saying it is a committee. That committee should have been having open town meeting via Zoom, that people could know what's happening, give people confidence, give the small man who might have been shaken, say, look here, you got to put him in Palmdale. Yeah, well, my event is this, I know if I can bring these people back. You must want to speak with him and let him know in everyday language. There's hope for you. You can simply get a small business loan. You can get this. You can get this has been deferred. And the next 3 months, you got to pay this. You don't have to pay that. Talk to the Bahamian people in everyday language and the vernacular. Let them understand it. Those who are sophisticated, they understand it at their level. But I am saying, from the recovery committee, we saw the names, but we haven't felt the impulse of this committee, like we've seen in Barbados, St. Kitts, and in St. Vincent, a part of the Anglophone Caribbean. We have not done this. We have not seen the same in our country. And so people don't always want to hear from elected officials. And this always got to be coming for the member for Kalani. You got to be the one at the end of the day that's still going to stop with you. But your committee should be out there hosting these kind of town meetings where people could be edified and getting ready to revive and resuscitate the Bahamian society. Today, let's move on with the spirit of upliftment, hopefully, after hearing about what could possibly happen on Tuesday. Open the economy, a society that is well and ready to move, one that hasn't buckled, but one that has been able to still make it through the challenges. We, Mr. Speaker, on this side are hoping for a full recovery for the Bahamian society. When the Bahamian society does poorly, we as a people do poorly. We don't want to see, like I mentioned earlier, a Bahamian society that has failed or would have tanked. This country must survive, because at the end of the day, God still lives here. This is our homeland. So today, I stand with the leader and hoping for us to open the economy. I too have my views about supporting this resolution in its present state. I think our people are fully aware. They are prayerful people. They have been very thorough. The numbers have not changed. and I support today opening the Bahamian economy, Arawaki, Palmdale, Bay Street. I'm like driving through Bay Street going home in the afternoon and Bay Street closed. I know the cruise ship ain't back here, but it gives people confidence, man. When I used to come from Manchester, going to hole in the wall in Avon on East Bay Street. You want to see Bay Street open, Garden Hills? Open the town. Hole in the wall. So I'm dating myself, you know? So let's put life back in this town. So today, I'm hoping that we can see the blueprint and we can feel the awakening. And let's continue to build a better Bahamas. And we look forward to hearing further, to wrap it up, without further adjustments that will lead us all to hopefully being able to support this resolution, but most importantly for the Bahamian society being fully reopened. And we can continue to move forward in peace, love, and tranquility as we build a better Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I'm fully aware of the time constraints that we're under, and my good friend from South Andros was in full stride, and I realized and appreciate his need to stick to his script, so I didn't want to interrupt him. Yes, you know, so I didn't want to interrupt that. But on the question of the card, the prepaid card, as opposed to the paper that he spoke of, I want my good friend to know that on assuming office at Social Services, one of the first things I did was extend an invitation to the 3 most recent ministers of Social Services to ask for an opportunity to continue the thoughts and the ideas that they would have had. And because I subscribe to the philosophy that governments are continuous, so I want you to know that I reached out. Fortunately or unfortunately, only one person's time schedule was available, and we did meet. But the cards are still being used. However, you must appreciate that there are persons who are going to walk in and need to walk out with something. We can't have those persons wait for a card. So those are the persons who you will see with the piece of paper. But I give you the assurance, the card, the electronic wallet is on the way, and we will be testing. I gave instructions this morning that by the end of June, we will test 100 from each site with the electronic wallet. And so the dignity that you speak of, I too remember being in William Gordon Primary School and being shamed to go on the lunch line because it was in the brown paper. I share your desire to have everyone keep their dignity. We are working on that.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Garden Hills.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, Speaker, I too would like to alert the member for South Andros. I never mask you off, South Andros. I fully understand your passion, and I noticed that you had a prepared script, and I did not want to slow down your momentum. But I just want to make a comment on 2 matters that you raised. First was the direct deposit, which I can assure you, NIB is very, very active in depositing funds directly to the accounts of individuals, and the exercise yesterday was no exception. We did, however, have some challenges with direct deposit with some individuals, and as a consequence, we made the clear decision to advise the individual through the media to publish their names after speaking with the data commissioner so that we could get the monies in their hands quickly. That is and remains the chief motive of NIB, and that is to get monies into the hands of individuals during these tough times in a very quick manner. And I can assure you that if you went to the sports center yesterday, you would notice that the lines were very well maintained. And by 12 o'clock, every single person was served. And they did not come 6 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning. They came at the time we set out for them, and I am informed that hundreds of these individuals are very appreciative that we could get monies into their hands. You will note that approximately 5,000 individuals we intend to serve in this fashion. And so I assure you, Central South Andros, that things are going well. Like you would say, we're putting money on the ground. We're getting it there quickly in the hands of Bahamians. And I will speak very briefly to some of the things we're doing at NIB. But Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support this resolution and to say God knows, fully understands the impact of this resolution on and to the Bahamian people. Allow me firstly, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate the members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force who were promoted during the last exercise. I fully understand the strain that has put on the public service, as I had a meeting with the unions this week, and they simply want to also recommend that every issue of their promotion continues. And I assure them, Mr. Speaker, that we have taken the carefully considered position, notwithstanding what is happening in our country today, because we feel comfortable that this economy is going to once again rebound and rebound quickly. And so the Ministry of Public Service will continue to process these applications for promotions, reclassifications, and other things that we have put on hold are effective July 1. Some of the things, some of the motions and reclassifications that will come through the system. I've been assured that notwithstanding that the unions may have objected to some of the things that we advanced, I'm assured that they fully understand the state we're in, the funds we need, and we also gave them the assurance that would never, ever be disadvantaged by this government. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to extend condolences to the Markby family, especially Ronnie and Ruby, on the passing of their sister Grady, who's gone home to be with her mother, Idella. This family is especially important to me, Mr. Speaker, because as I said in this House before, Idella took care of me while I was in the College of the Bahamas many years ago and treated me as if she was my son. So I mourn the loss of, I was her son, yes. Sorry about that. So I mourn the loss of Grady, just like Ronnie and Ruby. And I say to her that Grady is in a better place, sitting next to Mommy. Mr. Speaker, I began my contribution by not only saying I support this resolution, but I wish to thank the management and the staff of the National Insurance Board for their tireless efforts of fulfilling the mandate of the board. I thanked last time Customer Service Department. I remind people of the claims and actuarial and accounting departments for all their work. I congratulated the Security and Facilities Department our front desk and janitorial efforts and janitorial staff for all the efforts they've done to make the delivery of claims to customers better. Mr. Speaker, I know it's really, really important that people get monies in their hands in a really quick way so that they can do what they need to do during these tough times. Our job, Mr. Speaker, is to process claims and other benefits during this time. To date, Mr. Speaker, we have processed over 32,000 claims and paid out nearly $34 million to the public. I say those numbers, Mr. Speaker, because I hear the pundits at times say that NIB is not getting the monies out and getting these out quickly. But think of it, Mr. Speaker. In less than 6 weeks, we have paid out $34 million to the Bahamian people in unemployment assistance. Traditionally, Mr. Speaker, we paid out 7,000 unemployment claims a year. 7,000 a year. And now we paid out over 32 million claims, 32,000 claims in 6 weeks, and paid out $34,000, $34 million. I get my numbers mixed up today. $34 million to the Bahamian public. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we've paid out nearly $8 million in assistance to a program initiated by the government for self-employed individuals. $8 million for self-employed individuals. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about ordinary Bahamians, air braiders, jet ski operators, barbers. These are individuals, Mr. Speaker, that the government determines are the lifeblood of our economy. And the government determined, Mr. Speaker, that they will set out a special program for these individuals. And I'm told, Mr. Speaker, there's more to come. The Ministry of Finance is looking at another group to see the extent to which they can provide assistance to these individuals during these troubled times. In addition to these payments, Mr. Speaker, in the months of March, April, and May, we paid out $67 million to pensioners. $67 million to pensioners because we fully understand that they need that money. And we paid it out, Mr. Speaker, in advance of the normal payday for pensioners. They got their money early, Mr. Speaker. They were able to do what they had to do. And it shows once again that the government is totally committed to the elderly and seniors in our community. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance announced yesterday that old age pension will be increased by an additional $50. Mr. Speaker, so if you put it in its totality, Mr. Speaker, what this government has done is they paid out $34 million to persons who are unemployed, persons who were let go by the hotels and who lost their job during this period. We paid out an additional $8 million to self-employed persons who ordinarily would not get anything during this period, Mr. Speaker. And to this government's special program. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we've extended the time. You remember the DPM initially announced that the pay period would be for 8 weeks. Well, because of COVID, we have now extended that time. We've extended it for an additional month. And so more monies will be paid to these ordinary Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, I put up these numbers because I hear the pundits, I listen to the voice notes, and I see what the political pundits and operatives are trying to do. What I say to Mr. Speaker is what we have done during this period is the best any government can do. And we've done it, Mr. Speaker, by making sure that people get their monies as quickly as we can. They don't have to stay in long lines every day, South Andres. There are thousands of individuals who are getting their monies by direct deposits. But, like I said, we had some challenges with the banks. We had some challenges with individuals giving us the correct bank numbers. And so we made the determination, listen, we could publish your name today. This is not something new. It's been done by NIB for years. We just say, come and collect your money. Between 9 and 12, we will make sure that you get your money. And we don't have a problem. You also know about our initiative to work with another group to cause individuals to get their monies early. Mr. Speaker, as we begin to open up the economy, I have one word for the employers. You know that we have been real with you. We've paid unemployment assistance to your workers. We now urge you to do two things. As you know, you're obligated to write us and let us know when your business reopens. And that is critical, Mr. Speaker. It is critical. It's critical because when your business reopens and individuals go back to work, we don't have to pay unemployment assistance. But it's also critical because it means some members in our society would not have to exhaust fully their unemployment assistance, and so next year or later, if they need it, or if they get sick and get laid off, they could call back on the board to fulfill its obligation to them. So I urge every single employer to do the right thing, to do what you're obligated to do, to let us know when your business reopens, to make sure that the funds that you pay to NIB is done directly. Because all of this, Mr. Speaker, impacts the sustainability of the funds. And you know and I know that actuarials from a long time ago told us that the claims made upon NIB and the benefits paid by NIB will outdo the contributions made to NIB. So we all mandated to keep NIB safe, because now finding out it's a good thing. Think about it. Almost 40,000 Bahamians today are getting payments from NIB. 40,000. 40,000 Bahamians. And Mr. Speaker, I will speak more to this in my budget debate, but I just want to remind all of us that in 7 short weeks, we've been able to pay to the Bahamian public a total of nearly $40 million. And so, Mr. Speaker, in supporting this resolution, I thank the entire staff of the Board of NIB for their commitment, for their solidarity in making sure that you could get your money. The ability to work from home. And Mr. Speaker, the small team of officers who've been working with the hotels, who, Mr. Speaker, got a list of employees from the hotel, from Atlantis, Breezes, wherever, and were able to put back in the hands of the hotels checks for these ordinary Bahamians in a quick way, without much force. They are exemplary. I agree with you, Angliston. They are exemplary. And I want to commend your support for this entire exercise, because Bahamians now see the value of this organization called the NIB Board. And so, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, and God knows, support the resolution.
Thank you, Honourable Member Hasmani. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me firstly commend and say thanks to the former Minister of Health for the contributions he's made to country. Mr. Speaker, I won't be very long, but at the outset of this coronavirus crisis, there was widespread agreement that there should be a state of emergency in order to react quickly to mitigate the threat. Since then, we've seen many decisions by the competent authority that, in my view, were arbitrary, irrational, sometimes incompetent, but oftentimes created chaos. Today, we are being asked to continue to lock down the country on weekends, and we're being asked to discriminate against some of the islands of the Bahamas in terms of non-opening of beaches where there have been no cases. There's been no good and valid medical reasons presented, and therefore the arbitrary nature of the decisions continue. The competent authority, in my view, should not have been constituted by one man, but rather a small tribunal. But that is what has happened. I believe the leader of the opposition spoke to this in the early days, and no doubt we will review these important guidelines for the future. As we have moved along in this process, what I have witnessed is a competent authority who appears to be drunk on power and relishing that he can make decisions unchecked. Mr. Speaker, this is not what the state of emergency should be about. This is not what democracy is about. Mr. Speaker, there was much confusion, and today I'm delighted that the member for St. Anne's offered an assist, because the level of confusion continued. The people of Exumas and Ragged Island did not send me here to surrender their democratic and civil rights to a single individual who clearly, in my opinion, has demonstrated the inability to be completely impartial and fair and emotive and not be arbitrary. Even today, the beaches are closed in Eleuthera, but not Spanish Wells. It's closed on Harbor Island,
It's closed on the island of Eleuthera, but it appears that Spanish wells have been excluded. Only the competent authority can explain that. The people of South Eleuthera, like children, were placed in detention, according to the competent authority, for having a motorcade. This is not what democracy is about. It is not what democracy is about.
Honorable member, Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I never said I Eleuthera because of some motorcade. So I think the member should withdraw that statement. I never said it. That's his conclusion. He don't know the facts, and he's just determining his own facts.
I withdraw the reference, but it is definitive. I won't mince words. It's certainly definitively implied that this, in my view, was one of the reasons presented. There was no reasons presented as to why the lockdown continued on the island of Exuma. None. But there were no cases. And there was no explanation. I thought this was disrespectful, Mr. Speaker, to the people that we serve. I wonder if the members who represent Eleuthera have also a feeling of having not been properly communicated with, perhaps even disrespected, by having their elected representatives not consulted as to when their islands would have resumed normal activity. I wonder how the representative for Berry Islands felt having to admit that he had no idea. But strangely, Berry Islands would not be allowed to open. How does he feel having to admit that he was in discussions with the OPM about opening the Berry Islands? It appears that up to Wednesday, he was unable to convince the most competent authority that Berry Island should be open. How did the representative for Bimini, after advocating for a lockdown, having her cries go unanswered for weeks, was that also a level of disrespect? I make the point, Mr. Speaker, that in future we must look at this. We must determine that there is a tribunal that brings balance. Perhaps a judge, perhaps the leader opposition, perhaps the Prime Minister can chair this tribunal, but we must do better. There was widespread support in early days. We wanted the virus to be suppressed. We supported the lockdowns. Bahamian people did as they were asked to do, Mr. Speaker, but there has to be a level of good faith. The management of this entire situation, if I digress for a minute, Mr. Speaker, has been shambolic and disgraceful in many respects. I won't detail all of the different levels of confusion. There will be ample opportunity for me to speak to this in the post-mortem, Mr. Speaker. We closed the borders to our own. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we rave about how we have now opened the borders. Very few countries have done this, Mr. Speaker, to their own. Mr. Speaker, numerous requirements have been imposed on family islands for residents who want to return to their homes. It is unclear and it is chaotic, Mr. Speaker.
On a point of order, Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for South Beach.
Clear about just an enunciation by the Honourable Member. Did he say that we have opened the borders?
Speaker, Bahamians to return home, the Prime Minister indicated today that Bahamians and residents will be allowed to return home. And he's here, he can correct me if I am misspeaking. I don't want to misquote the competent authority, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
Mr. Speaker, the member for South Beach was absolutely correct. The member did say, and the member for Carmichael and I were talking about it. The member did say, make a comment about us opening the border, and that's not the case. What I said was that the Bahamians who are abroad, we are trying to accommodate to come home. And we've run into some problems, and we have to correct that problem to make it a smoother transition, both there as well as domestic travel. I said, that's what I said.
There has to be more clarity. I'm grateful for the clarity provided. There is still mass chaos with respect to this domestic travel certificate as well, Mr. Speaker. It needs to be clarified. It has to be fixed. The Bahamian people want it to be fixed. Me too. So fix it, Mr. Speaker. It has to be fixed, and now, Mr. Speaker, real people are suffering. Real people are suffering. A young man on the island of Exuma today. The young man on the island of Exuma today who wanted to travel to Nassau. He had medical circumstances. He had a piece of tile in his eye, Mr. Speaker. Tile, Mr. Speaker. The medical officials determined it wasn't a medical emergency sufficient to call an ambulance. This young man was turned back and forth and all around. I believe he still sits in Exuma today looking for relief, Mr. Speaker. The process is deeply flawed, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the opposition spoke to the impact and legal ramifications faced by the homeless, the people going for water, the people who are hungry, the people who have been locked up trying to make a living. This has been a disaster. It's been a disaster, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the competent authority today spoke about Bahamians getting food soon. He says there's a food program in the works. In the next few weeks, he says, the food will reach. People are hungry now.
Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honorable member Mokalani.
there's a national food program that's functioning now. That's functioning now. What I said is more details would be given. I think the member for Southern Shores would speak to that. He would speak to that during the debate. But, you know, I understand you want to speak, but the speech was written for you. Change course.
Mr. Speaker, this is a type of condescending attitude the competent authority has displayed. And the Bahamian people are offended by it, quite frankly. They are hungry people all across the islands of the Bahamas. Right now, the Prime Minister's office or his delegates or his designees have been collecting statistics for weeks, determining how many food packages being delivered by charity for weeks, Mr. Speaker. This is a time to address the needs of the hungry and the needy, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakro on a point of order.
Point of order, yeah. Misleading the House. You know, Exuma has called on the government to borrow some $2 billion to satisfy a situation that he says is beyond this government. All of us are engaged in terms of saying that the government is allowing people to starve. He knows quite well the situation that we're having to deal with. I saw the member for Cat Island, Rumkin from San Salvador, handing out food packages, and all of the members trying their best. So to come to say today that the government is deliberately causing people to starve in the country is most duplicitous. After he says, we don't have sufficient, borrow $2 billion.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that's an abuse of the process. Mr. Speaker, I believe he is
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, that is not your function to determine
I withdraw that.
whether the point of order is in order or out of order.
Thank you for the guidance, Mr. Speaker. But let me say this. The member has misquoted what I've said, and I believe it's intentional that he did so. Mr. Speaker, I have high regard for the member for Yamacraw. Mr. Speaker, I have no interest in deflections or mincing words at this point. What I am saying, Mr. Speaker, is that there are hungry people across the country 10 weeks into the crisis. 10 weeks into the crisis, Mr. Speaker, and I am suggesting that we haven't done enough fast enough. That's what I'm saying. Further, Mr. Speaker, and I won't go into the, I won't be distracted by deflections, Mr. Speaker. A young woman,
Honorable member.
a young woman in the family island, one of the family islands, has been living in a car for 3 weeks, Mr. Speaker, who presented to social services on that family island for assistance. That, let me finish the point. That island leader, Mr. Speaker, presented that information to Nassau, and Nassau had to do an inspection and an assessment. But the lady has lived in a car for 3 weeks. I want to ask what assessment should be conducted. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the work of public servants. I'm grateful. What I'm suggesting is that in many respects, the system is broken. In this particular case, when I became aware, I spoke with the minister responsible, and the matter was addressed. She got help, ultimately. But why? But why? Why do I need to call the minister? Why do I need to call the minister to help someone who has applied who need help? This is the point. And I know of another woman on another island in the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members.
who needed food, who needed food.
Honorable members. The member for Exumas have the floor.
So Yamacraw, when I speak, Yamacraw, when I speak, I want you to understand I speak on behalf.
The Speaker recognizes the honorable member for Yamacraw on a point of order.
My good friend is
Honorable member for Exuma.
Is a money man. I don't want the Bahamian people. I don't want the Bahamian people to be beguiled. This problem that we face is as a result of two crises, climate and COVID-19. I can tell you that in Yamacraw, all of us are having to pitch in even because people are living out of their cars. To put this in the seat of the government is totally unreasonable, and he knows better. My sister, and I thank Dr. Sands, asked Dr. Sands. I called him, and the persons who came to get her on the weekend says, listen, if it's not urgent, we can't take you to the hospital. We're going to call a medical professional. They in turn call the medical professional, arrange for her to go in and have an immediate surgery. In big countries, they're saying to you, if you have, I heard him speak about the gentleman with the tile, and I just listened to him putting these innuendos that are totally not fact-based. You can't go to the hospital even in the U.S. unless it's an urgent matter. And so to come here and to identify persons who are living in their cars, every community, everybody in this house, even some of my family members I have to help. I can't put that on the government. He's being totally unrealistic and totally duplicitous to come and do that today. When he says, borrow $2 billion to shore up the economy. Stop it, man. You know better.
Honorable members.
Not be distracted with deflections. I'm speaking, and it's speaking today.
Honorable members.
Today, a crisis.
Honorable members.
Trying our best to find funds to take care of this country when first world countries are going under. So it's very
Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable member for Exuma, carry on.
You have the floor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I speak on behalf of the people of the Bahamas.
Yes.
No, you don't.
Why don't you?
No, you don't.
10 weeks,
Do that.
10 weeks into this crisis, Mr. Speaker,
You don't know, right there, speech.
there are still people who complain consistently of not being able to get adequate assistance from social services. That's who I speak on behalf of, Mr. Speaker. We all have an obligation to help, and many of us will help, Mr. Speaker. That's not the point. So I'm not going to be distracted by deflections. I'm going to stay very focused on the point, Mr. Speaker. We can and we must do more. We must refine the processes. We must ensure that the hungry is fed. We must ensure that the people who need shelter get shelter, and quickly. We're 10 weeks in. That's the point, Mr. Speaker. So let's not catch feelings about it.
Honorable members. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamaco on a point of
One of
order.
the things that we are experiencing today, one of the things we are in this place is objective,
Abusive.
and dispassionate, and dealing with the reality. But I observed that my good friend, you know, like the proverb says, it's better a young lad than an old king who don't know how to take advice and switch course. God be with you, my friend.
Mr. Speaker, enough of the platitudes from Yamaco. Or distractions. Because the people of Exuma sent me here to represent them. The people of the Bahamas, many, ask the people out there. Ask them out there. It's delightful that all of us here, like the leader of the opposition pointed out, can still have 3 meals a day. It's delightful that we have work to go to. That's not the reality out there. So let's not be duplicitous in suggesting that all is well out there on the ground, because it's not, Mr. Speaker. And let us not suggest, Mr. Speaker, that we've taken care of the needs of all who are hungry and all who need shelter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me be abundantly clear.
Honorable member, Yamaco, are you on the point of order? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamaco.
Raise the issue of persons being duplicitous and suggesting that all is well in this country. Nobody, including the competent authority, has ever given that impression. The only thing we have said is that it's a great load, all of us, and I can use the member for Exuma and Ragged Island after the hurricane. The Prime Minister is working, he is working, all of us have to work to address this issue. So nobody's being duplicitous here. We have an issue and we have to deal with it.
Duplicity, Mr. Speaker, is a word introduced by the member for Yamaco. And once again, I will not be distracted by deflections, Mr. Speaker. But this has been mass confusion. There's been mass confusion. And yes, I recognize the hard-working people of the Department of Social Services.
Very good.
Yes.
The minister?
Yes. I'm the minister. Yes. I recognize that there have been some efforts. I recognize that. But I'm saying we must be mindful that there are still many out there who are suffering from the realities of this crisis. And when I hear the competent authority talk about refining the food network over the next few weeks, it concerns me. It concerns me because people are hungry now. Mr. Speaker, all this confusion, as I pointed out before, Mr. Speaker, all of the irrational decisions made by the competent authority, the leader of opposition pointed out that he continues to duck the press. runs to the state-owned media. He looks for comfort, and he only addresses what he wishes to address as if he is king. We come here to serve our constituents, the people who brought us here to serve. We are accountable to them. We live in a democratic society, and we must give account. Mr. Speaker, the people of Exuma have had enough. And we are now looking to the future. We want our island and our country to rebound. We're not yet supportive of opening international borders, and we support that move. But in the meantime, we must ensure that we have a proper transition from where we are now, with appropriate public education, with continuing to encourage our people to consistently protect themselves, wear their masks, and that even though there is more lifting of the lockdowns, the virus still lingers. So I come today to also encourage the people of the Bahamas, the people of Exuma and Ragged Island, to not go wild once the lockdown is lifted, but to remember that we live still with a dangerous virus. In Exuma, we don't just sit around and wait for directions. We look to see how we can help ourselves and how we can lead in the process. Community stakeholders, along with myself, are working to devise a plan for Exuma to promote a COVID-safe zone and market it to the world. The government will do its part, and we will do our part. Because we are leaders of our island. The private sector is working actively to set up a private laboratory, working along with the private medical community to be fully operable under the guidelines of the Ministry of Health with the appropriate best practice to ensure that we can do testing. Best practice will apply. The hotel sector and the private sector, with my support, Mr. Speaker, we will promote Exuma, its hotels, its guest houses, its houses on Airbnb, as a COVID-free environment. We're looking to the future. We will rebound. And we want Exuma to lead the way. And this is why we get offended, Mr. Speaker. Because we believe that Exuma is best positioned to lead the economic recovery in the Bahamas. That's why we feel disrespected, Mr. Speaker, because we want to assist. We want to lead the transition, Mr. Speaker. And we understand there has to be proper protocols. So we believe we have a feasible draft plan. The people of Exuma are eager to continue to get back to life as normal. And I believe that's also true for the people across our country. And let's be clear about one thing. The Bahamian people understand the seriousness of the virus. The Bahamian people don't want to get sick. The Bahamian people want to be supported. But when we see arbitrary, irrational decisions, there is pushback from the people of the Bahamas, because by and large, they generally do not widely trust the decision-making of the competent authority. This is a democratic country.
We must protect our democracy. This is not. We work for the citizens. They are not our subjects. We are legislators, and we need to do our jobs and legislate social distancing measures in public places. We must create a massive public education campaign so that the people of our country understand what it means to live with the virus. Many, many years ago, when HIV became prevalent and the issue mostly concerned health officials, there was mass education. There was a coming together of all of the stakeholders. HIV is still here, yet we persevere. We live with that virus, but we understand how to protect ourselves. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, Bahamians are discerning people, and we are ready to live with COVID too. So I ask that we not take the Bahamian people for granted. Exuma and Ragged Island no longer desired to be dictated to, because we recognize we live in a great where the Constitution still reigns supreme. So yes, we support the suppression of the virus. We don't support the liberties. And we look to work. The people of Exuma, I want to assure you that I will continue to speak on your behalf without fear. Without deflection or distraction. And to speak on your behalf. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many before Southern Shores.
Because Exuma was on a good wicket. He was in his zone and he was in his script, and again, I didn't want to interrupt him. But Mr. Speaker, I want to thank him for acknowledging the hard work of the team at the Ministry of Social Service and Urban Development. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that a problem to the attention of the minister responsible. And what he didn't say that I want to add, the minister him the individual apply and where. And once he would have given that information, the responsibly address that. I want to say to all, yes, you said that. I want to say to all who are listening, that the minister's responsibility is to intervene and intercede wherever there is an apparent impediment. This minister, can't speak for the rest, does not intend to initiate. So whenever I'm confronted with a situation, I always ask, did the individual apply and where? And once I get that information, even those who may not be so pleased with me in any one instance where they may not have gotten satisfaction, would speak to my record in that regard. And that is my position, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Angleston.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I heard the minister just now, and I believe he is alluding in a very subtle way to an exchange he and I had. I'm not going to go into details of it. It's a preemptive strike. It's a preemptive strike. But, you know, I want to say this. And you know, it's because I've seen it. If I didn't see it, I wouldn't say it. In the middle of the night, you have an emergency, and you can't call a public servant. You have to act. Yes, you're a minister, but where there is need, you must be prepared to act. That's what I would do. And I have come across, and you know, and I, in this same discussion, I alluded with the minister. I reminded him that there was a woman who went to the Wolford station with her children in distress, and she was turned away. She didn't get out, and she drove over Montague. And I said, I wasn't going to get into it, but the ministers raised it. Yes, I hear your procedural nicety, but sometimes in this human experience, you are required to respond beyond the bounds, like a crazy man, if you have to.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't speak to the member for Angleston, but she know what I was talking about. Mr. Speaker, and since the member for Angleston brought me in, I want to say that yes, I accept an emergency. The member would also acknowledge that the matter that she raised with me was a matter where someone was about to be evicted, which suggests that there was time for the procedure that I asked to be followed.
No, the Speaker, the member is mistaken. I wrote to him about someone who was living in a car, daughter. And even if it was that, but that's not what I had messaged him about. It was a woman living in a car with a 16-year-old daughter. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, I only, you see, you know, and I've said this over there, even when I speak to social workers sometimes if a person comes to me, and if I'm in food distribution, as many of us are, and they say they're hungry, I don't query in it. Because Bahamians don't do that, not in my experience. So if they come and say they're hungry, I help. If I'm able to do so, and I pray God I'm able to do so. Speaker, I rise. No means test. No means test. Not when people, and the policy used to be to respond in an emergency way for people who came to social services and say, I need food. You never had to say, I got to come do a house study and all this kind of thing. You used to respond immediately. And sometimes social services does, but sometimes they don't. Mr. Speaker, but I rise on behalf of the people of Angleston, Mr. Speaker, who I am so privileged to represent. I have seen them demonstrate the highest levels of quiet dignity in the most difficult of circumstances. Things are very tough, particularly in that community, not only there, but there are lots of people impacted in a very negative way. And I interact in a very widespread way with many people. And the way in which they manage themselves in this type of, in the circumstances that they are encountering is just, I have so much respect and admiration for the strength and fortitude of the people of Angleston. And I want to thank them for giving me the honor and privilege of representing them in this parliament and to speak on their behalf. And before I begin my short contribution to this debate, Mr. Speaker, I've been asked over and over, and I keep forgetting, and I hope they're listening, to raise a point on behalf of the reservist police officers who were recruited to man the shelters. And they have not been paid since Hurricane Dorian. And every time I have it in my notes, and I never get to it, I put it as the last point. I'm putting it as a first point. They're still in there. They've been forgotten, it appears. Or that's how they feel. And I want to urge the government to pay those reservist officers who are manning those shelters. That's a very difficult task that they have. And so I want to make a plea on their behalf. Please, there are families, there are obligations, they are working under difficult circumstances. Please pay the Mr. Speaker, these are sobering and somber times. The ravages of Hurricane Dorian and the rigid restrictions contained in the COVID-19 management have laid bare, in my view, the incompetence of this FNM administration. In governance, curveballs happen. And I can tell you, when I served as Minister of Transport, that's all I was getting, curveballs. curveballs happen and governments step up to the plate and find solutions. Unlike this administration, they do not come hour after hour, painful detail after painful detail, speaker after speaker, describing this curveball. And we've heard it over and over and over and over and over and over in this parliament. You turn it upside down, you turn it inside out, speech after speech after speech. Yes, we know Dorian was horrible. Yes, we know this situation is horrible. Good governance, when it faces adversity, rises to the occasion and innovates and develops positive strategies to counter the obstacles and progress the people. That has been the history of our people. But today, when we measure the response of this administration through the various portfolios, we are left asking all, to some extent, we are left asking not only where the heart is, or where the soul is, or where is the compassion, but we also ask, as worried and disappointed people, where is the vision? Where is the vision? This period has been a very challenging one. This pandemic has put the world under arrest. So too in the Bahamas. We know that we're not different. In the postmortem, however, in the future, we will analyze the response of this government. See, there's a reality here. We understand we're facing a very dire situation, but we expect vision, innovation. And in the postmortem, we will analyze the responses. For example, one of the questions that may come up when we do the postmortem is whether our borders should have closed earlier. I was one of those calling for it. Other nations did that. They shut their borders quickly. This is an imported disease. Should the government have coerced revenue from its citizens by the threat of disconnecting electricity when everyone was locked down and most people was out of work, leading to panic and massive crowds and the absence of social distancing at BPL? And we saw it at the Road Traffic Department. I raised it in this parliament. But you wanted some revenue, it looked like. And many other questions about the inconsistent application of the rules. These are real questions. Who can open and who cannot? Who cannot? With no rhyme or reason, lacking rationality and transparency, leading to Bahamians coming to the distinctive view that those with wealth have been favored over the poor and average Bahamians. In fact, while I was sitting here, I got a message from a shop owner in Palmdale. And she is saying, why can't we open tomorrow? Why do we have to wait till after the holiday? She said, we've been catching out. Why? What happens in her shop that's not happening in the food store or somewhere else? They have been asked and required and demanded to pay a price. The full brunt of the law we've seen has come down like a ton of bricks on ordinary Bahamians. We've seen this. We've heard the stories. Even down to the homeless. But those of privilege and wealth and connection are subject to a different reality. This is being laid bare in this crisis. What's perplexing is the political decisions being made. People were asked, for example, what the underlying rationale, and I've said that for some merchants to operate while others cannot. Why did there appear to be a stubborn resistance to allowing citizens to come home? I almost felt like you were punishing Bahamians for traveling. Other countries haven't done that. They brought their citizens home. We were here and saw the Americans do it. The Canadians did it. Everybody brought their people home. The British came for their people. But we made our people punish. And there's nothing different than what we're doing now that we could not have done then. If I could see something different, then I could see why. But that is what we did. And we're still trying to bring them home. Questions arose on this decision to open up islands with no COVID-19, but keeping other islands also with no COVID-19 in a lockdown. Like Exuma, the member just spoke. San Salvador, the member spoke, and Eleuthera. I mean, I'm sure, and what is missing? And where it's missing, it's suspect. What is the rationale? Let us know that your consultants, that your medical professionals told you that there's something about Exuma, there's something about Eleuthera, where they have no cases, that does not allow them the same privilege of other islands with no cases, does not allow them to open. Mr. Speaker, many form the view that the decision-making was based upon petty reasoning. Now, it may not be so, but you start deducing, you ain't got no rationale, you ain't telling me why. So that's why you hear people say it's because they had the motorcade or whatever. It may not have been, but what's the reason? Arguably, some say it's an abuse of power under the Constitution because you've not shown a proper reasoning for depriving that community. Why should Exumians not have the same rights and opportunity? They have no cases. And this was highlighted recently. Where a senior, and I said senior, public health official was asked for the reasoning behind this apparently inconsistent decision-making in not opening Exuma. When the official declared he did not know. So that tells you everything. He said he don't know. He was made the subject of negative commentary by the chairman of the Free National Movement. We decry the chairman of the FNM's attack on a senior public servant who was amongst those and the many who have worked tirelessly. I posted something on Facebook. I said while the chairman was sleeping on his fluffy pillow, these people were working around the clock fighting for our people. And he is there attacking people, professionals in this country. People who worked tirelessly during this pandemic to preserve health and life in our country. Preserve health and life. What the FNM chairman was doing in that regard. Indeed, it is they whose wise advice and steady oversight and their counsel has allowed us to fare well in this crisis. The member for Bamboo Town talked about how well we fared. You think it's the politicians that did that us? It is in fact the politicians' involvement that has raised questions. The inconsistent decision-making giving a sense of, and the words used there, irrationality and arbitrariness. And this has caused for certain sectors to be unequally harmed economically. Unequally harmed economically. Unequally harmed economically for no good rational reason. And that could be a permanent wound that has been inflicted in this decision-making by the politicians. The new Minister of Health, I got to give kudos to my former minister. We had some boxing matches. When he had those press conferences, it wasn't just his good looks that was drawing them people to listen out. He was bringing very sound, balanced, steady guidance to the Bahamian people. But now we have the new Minister of Health and competent authority. But he should have now made public his support for this senior public servant, health official. He should have stand up for the man. He should have disavowed that chairman who was sleeping on his fluffy pillow when these people were fighting to keep us healthy and alive. The fact that he has failed to do so by now speaks volumes. You know what I say? It speaks volumes about the health, the role of the health official in some of these things, because that health official fell as a sacrificial product to the political voice in this country. We thank our public health officials who have worked around the clock. They've stood tall, and they have given the intellectual and scientific input which has guided this country. They have proven that in the trickiest and sensitive dilemmas that we've ever seen, that they will make decisions and recommendations which will cause for the world to mark the manner of our bearing. We have held our own in this country. And these professionals have demonstrated that they possess the requisite capacity for and on behalf of our people, and that our Bahamian people in general have the ability so food stores capture get food on competition.